and get 2 Crown and Cokes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Bowlstream TV. Tonight, the Classic Doubles Shootout. 2,000 guaranteed to the winners. Should be a very fun and entertaining evening. The singles, the Fairchild singles shootout was actually really solid. Ended up with Jacob Buttroff and Sean Rash in the title match. And Sean came away with the victory, $1,500 to his credit. Jacob took home $1,000 for his runner-up finish. My name is Emil Williams Jr. If you can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Or if you hear anything, for that matter. Bluegrass can hear me. Well, there we have it. Already cooking with oil. All right, while I have a quick moment, I'm going to go see if I can rally up some or a roster, I should say. I already see Nick Pate, Kevin Williams on our featured pairs here, so plenty of talent across the house tonight.
Justin. Justin Brooks sent that to me. You're starting on 38, bowler 2. Oh, okay. I'm B.
All right, good people. Officially into game 1. My good friend Justin will bring a roster when he makes his way on out to deliver some other items. So I apologize if I don't say the name of your loved one. It's just because I don't have it yet in front of me. It is not personal. I can tell you that that is Kevin Williams over on 37 and 38. Who just struck? Nick Pate. Coming off a nice finish in Jackson. Just like this morning's Fairchild single shootout, modified house shot. Modified house shot is what's on the lanes. And boy, we've just got about a full house, I think. I see 51 and 52 going. I think 1 and 2 is going. There's 52 lanes in the building. This event always sells out. That's John Freeman there. He is number 3 on the scoreboard on 35 and 36. And Freeman was excellent earlier today in the single shootout. Now bowling in doubles. mentioned Trevor Roberts earlier. Trevor is bowling, I think, on 33 and 34. Go get a few names here. All right, the good folks on 35 and 36 able to help me out a little bit. Sandra Wiley and Eric Wiley are bowlers A and bowler 1 respectively. Aaron Martin Jr. and Jeff White, B and 1. Thomas Wynn and John Freeman, C and 3, and Billy Levin and Ron Carpenter. Again, Billy Levin and Ron Carpenter round out 35 and 36. I'm going to try to do the same here momentarily for 37 and 38.
Mike, get you up.
Bluegrass helping out. I appreciate that.
Justin Peach. Good, I miss living man.
So bowler D on 37 and 38 is John Brown. And bowler 4, his partner, is Harry Cross. Of course, Nick Pate and Kevin Williams. And I'll give you the additional players that are playing 1 second. 3 games, total pins. As you can see, each player bowling 3 games. The team's total pinfall combined. That will determine the top 8. The top 8 teams will move on to the bracket style format, where the format will change a little bit. The bracket will remain, but no team games at that point. It'll be Baker style, best 2 out of 3. This morning we had a couple of, 3 at least, 3 800, a couple of 300s. In fact, actually, I should say several 300s.
That's what it is. That looked like the man that I know. That's what it is. He got here late. He met us at Hoops and he got here late. Okay.
There shouldn't be a problem striking if you are just joining us. This is game one, double shootout, the Classic Double Shootout. Thanks to all of the sponsors here, the Bradley Open weekend. Maybe some laughs between Nick Pate and Kevin Williams. Earlier we had some questions in the field about top players, PBA players who might be in the field. Many of the players who bowled this morning are also bowling tonight, with a few more additions. Tommy Jones, DJ Archer, for example. Good shot there. Jesper Svensson, Kyle Troop. As expected, seeing a few strings around. Let's see. Oh, Graham Fott. Mentioned his name earlier. He is actually going to, he's going to be near camera range in game two. Folks, again, if you're just joining us, game one, Classic Double Shootout, Emil Williams shooting, courtesy of Bowl Stream TV. Thanks to Jason Utchwall, his entire staff, tournament staff, the crew and staff here at Executive Strike and Spare here in Louisville, Kentucky. Saw that same type of leave earlier from Jacob Buttriff, specifically on the left lane on 37. I think that might be the modified portion. People saying, well, is it really modified? That's where it comes in, where you think you might have a little bump. And you don't. Starting to ring them up a little bit here. Starting to get cooking. Hey, Linda, that's a good question. I do not have a roster yet. I will have one soon. I'll be able to help you. I'll double check the lane cross as well. Earlier was one pair, or skip a pair, I should say, yes. But I'll confirm that as well. Storm B, it is a modified house shot. Not the Bradley Open pattern that we'll see in the morning. That's definite. No troubles getting to the 1-3 or the 1-2, generally speaking. Again, earlier we had, let's see, Jacob Buttriff was the top seed in singles. He shot 826. Jonathan Cummins shot 815. Ryan Simonelli shot 806 on the same modified house pattern. 8 players advanced this morning. 15 players cashed in the singles shootout, or I should say this afternoon. I had at least 3 300 games, actually 4, at least 4. Buttriff had 2 of his own. And then somehow including games 3, and then in game 4, which was his quarterfinal match, and then game 5, which was his semifinal match, he went 79-300. Oh, I'm sorry, 300, 279, 300. He actually shot 879 in games 3, 4, and 5 earlier today. We start tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Bowl Stream TV. If you haven't already, subscribing would be excellent. I'd appreciate it. Turn your notifications on, that way you don't miss anything for Saturday and Sunday. Of course, A Squad at 8 a.m. and then 12:30 p.m. Eastern. B Squad will have the Desperado or re-entry immediately following B squad, and then we'll roll into the advancers round for Saturday night. And then that'll determine our cashers for Sunday morning. And then following that, of course, an additional 6 games there. 5 games, by the way, for qualifying to start. We'll get into 6 at advancers round, 6 for cashers round, and then we hit the finals. Top 8. You know, Stormby, that's a good question. I certainly don't know the answer. I feel like it could differ per center, tournament director, mechanic, etc. It could be the smallest of differences or the largest of differences to the normal house shot. So it could be, you know, I also don't know what the normal house shot looks like here at Executive. It looks inviting to bowl on, though. I will say that. I'd chew him up and bowl on this. I'd bowl tomorrow, too, for that matter. All right, I'll be back. I'm going to go find a roster for a minute, and then be back to finish out game 1 here.
Hey, I'm ready to go to Alabama. My guy Justin is about to take care of the roster. He's been nice enough to even walk it down for me. I appreciate him in that.
As expected, I see a few front sevens, some front sixes. Thanks, Linda. As soon as I have it in hand, I'll take a look. Good shot. Really looking forward to tomorrow. Uh-oh, we had a scoreboard bump, huh? Looks like we did.
That's mine.
You have an extra one in that bag. It's at the bottom.
That's all right. I'll steal one later. I'll steal somebody's.
It's under.
Somebody stole mine.
See, look, right there. Look.
That'll work.
All right, my man Justin is coming through. Okay. Now that we have that in hand, let's go ahead and recap 35 and 36 again, game one. Again, Eric Wiley and Sandra Wiley, Aaron Martin and Jeff White, John Freeman and Thomas Wayne, Billy Levin and Ron Carpenter. Then next door on 37 and 38, Alan Dillinger and Neil Spriggs, Mike Moore and Petey Reynolds, Nick Pate and Kevin Williams, John Brown and Harry Cross III, as previously mentioned. And then to Linda's specific question, Linda. Linda. Wait, let's see. I'm sure I'm just overlooking it. I'm still looking for you, Linda.
This should be our bag, gang.
Linda, I'll be honest with you. Now the print is small that I'm looking at. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say. I'm like, I haven't seen Victor or Ryan. All right, they started on 25. They'll go to 29 and then 33. So it's possible we might get a sneak of that team in Game 3. There's John Freeman again. Put in work earlier in the single squad, or the single shootout, presented by High Five Gear. Shout out to the sponsors tonight, Classic Products. And of course, Motiv. Motiv, QubicaAMF, proud sponsors of the Bradley as well, along with 7 Leaf. Mentioned High Five Gear, creating the difference, CTD. Just talked to my guy, Brian Valenta. By the way, we got a couple of front nines down on, what's that, 30. 29 and 30. We could definitely see some 579 type games here tonight. Some 600 type games. That's in play. It's interesting watching the squad bowl already. You see a couple of 10 pins left, a couple of 9s, a couple of 7 pins left, and it's like, that's not going to get it done. There's K. Will. Almost stood up nicely. Some of these players have been busy, especially those on tour. As discussed in the chat, making their way from Jackson, Michigan, right here to Louisville. I told or asked Nick Pate to continue to strike. He has obliged that. And it looks like Sean Rash is one of the players on 29 and 30 who had the front 9. Now he's got the front 10. And now he's got the front 11. And he is drawing a crowd. And he should. All right, Rash did finish that out, 300. And the other player with the front 9 on that pair is Kyle Mayberry. Kyle bowling with Graham Fott. Let's see. Yeah, Sue. Yeah, I think Tom got the 219. He let the 10 pin first shot in the 10th on a 3-bagger. Coming up on the 9th frame on 35 and 36, into the 9th frame on 37 and 38. See the ball raffle going off tonight.
going through the settee. Earlier today, $10 from every Fairchild single shootout entry went toward aneurysm research. Certainly a great cause to get behind. Ooh, good shot there from Michael. That's Mike Moore. Again, Mike bowling with Petey Reynolds. Here is Nick Pate to keep his string alive on 37. And does just that. Well, Brian, well, let me tell you, there's some beverages going on here at Executive. But I appreciate you, Brian. Hey, whatever you need, man, get comfortable. Got a couple more games of qualifying, and of course the intensity will ramp up just a little bit when we get to the top 8 tonight. Wonderful shot there. Huh. I've seen a few southpaws. I guess that's good for me. I don't see it at many, and I think we will have a nice amount bowling here this weekend. We are live from Executive, Strike, and Spare. Good opportunity as we wrap up game number 1 to talk with someone who, I don't know why, but apparently he's not bowling, and somebody couldn't find a partner, which is surprising to me. But Chris Barnes has joined us here at the Bullstream TV booth. Chris,
sir, thanks for letting me join the real talent in the room. So
I appreciate that.
Yeah, we had an odd number coming down here. We got here late this afternoon and asked around a little bit. But I didn't know who was here and who wasn't here. And So it all kind of works out.
It might be better overall, right?
I watched a pair full of stellar individuals down there, and none of them are remotely close to cashing at this moment. So Frankie and Sloan, Dom and Stu, who Stu dumped me for Dom for whatever reason. I guess 2 shows in 3 weeks makes him all of a sudden a good player. I don't know where he got that from. They're 470. Frankie and Sloan's considerably less than that. Tommy shot 250 down there, but I think they didn't get a lot either. So it's on the other hand, B-Rob and Cooley had about 540. So that was the biggest score I saw down that low end.
Well,
But
Sean shot 300.
oh, Maldi did?
Rash,
Oh, Sean Rash.
300.
I'm sorry, there's only one Sean. I forgot. Where is my integrity? Sorry.
Well played. Well played. 219 for Tom. That's a solid.
Yeah, I'm not
519.
even. I wasn't even just. Not only did he not opt for his own staff member, but he didn't opt for as an over 50 partner. So that's where I'm at these days.
Slim pickings
Second
around
class.
here, Chris Barnes.
Back to the bus.
Slim pickings. Somebody could have picked you. Should have told me earlier. I would have bowled.
Had I known.
We got it done out here.
That's right. This is not a very accurate representation of what the Bradley is kind of about the rest of the weekend, though.
Well, there's plenty of people who are watching this and know that, certainly. And then there are a few people who may not. So I've tried to make sure I explain that this is not what we're going to see tomorrow and Sunday.
I guess we don't know exactly.
You're right.
But history would indicate it would be oil about 55 feet down the lane. And
How many times have you bowled the Bradley?
I have not bowled Bradley. I
No.
was going to bowl a couple of years ago, and I made the show in Jonesboro, and so I did not make it here in time to bowl.
Okay.
And so got here in time to watch the round of maybe 8. I think Stu might have got beat by Bowlby or somebody like that, and then we watched the Chiefs win the Super Bowl at Mr. Wolf's house. So
It is always Super Bowl weekend.
Mr. Martin wearing his Mookie Betts jersey.
Oh, look at Nick Pate sending pins.
I got to cross with him last week. He did a lot of that last week, too.
There seemed to be a lot of striking last week.
Good carrying center. If we've been in a place where the carry wasn't so good, the pattern could be a little bit tricky if you had to create angle, but since the 6 got out of the flat gutter, hit the 10, and the 4 hit the 7, guys got to shut their angles down and not have to play so much reaction, and then that's when the urethane balls really came into play, and you let a bunch of guys that are really good get balls that smooth out the inconsistencies and still carry. That's
It's a dangerous combination.
it's on. Jesper, I mean, the biggest difference between him and Jacob, they tend to lump those two together, but they don't both good at the same time, hardly ever. Wow. That was
And now no love for K-Will.
yeah. Somebody, how does that not strike? How does he think it's supposed to strike? That's what I want to know. But Jesper tends to throw it at the pocket. 21 miles an hour, 600 RPMs. He's just counting on speed and that rev rate to knock him over, where Jacob tends to play hook and Jesper plays hold, basically. And so they don't really bowl good that many weeks at the same time. And last week is another case where the scores look like they're really good on the left, and Jacob didn't bowl very well, and Jesper destroyed them.
Need a lot more.
essentially wire to wire. I think he might have been second for a game somewhere in there. Well, the first 2 games of the tournament, then from then on it was done. Maybe the next to last game. I don't know if Pate caught him there for a minute or not. So, but this whole weekend's fun. I've heard about this weekend for a long time. Weekends didn't really work out. Boys were everywhere when I wasn't on tour, and then so I'm looking forward to this weekend a lot.
I think Pate shot 290, K. Will 240. Shout out to Aaron Martin, too, who finished with 256. As we wrap up game 1, and we've got a 5-pin up. We've got arms in the air, hands in the air. No one's waving them yet like they don't care. But there could be beverages on the line, I imagine.
I think Chapman and Anthony Lavery shot 510 or so, but they're flipping from end pair to end pair, so that may be
Okay.
that could be tricky.
Final for John Brown, Harry Cross, 207, 186 respectively.
Plenty of excitement around this area too, with Cincinnati playing the Super Bowl this weekend, only being an hour away from there. Watching a lot of pairs finish up. Main man got a few updates there, I think. I'm not sure what.
No, we were discussing the top 8 and lanes to be used.
Tonight?
Yes.
I do know one thing. I will not be here to witness that. I love you, man, and you're one of my favorite people in all the business, but I won't be here.
Is that because, are you saying that your rides, so to speak, are going to make it? Or you're just
I'm quite certain they're not making it. I'm not making it to game 3, most likely. So I'm bowling early tomorrow. I am going to go back, relax a little bit.
Yeah, you should.
Maybe even get a little sleep. And, yeah.
I respect that a whole lot. The weekend that you've been looking forward to for a minute. And now you get a chance to bowl it. So you know what to, I can't say you know what to expect, but based on previous events and you watching and whatever the case may be.
You got some idea. You're either going to throw it right to left from the gutter if there's a little bit of hook out there, or you're going to play in the track and you're going to throw it pretty slow and pretty direct. And you're going to make a lot of spares if you're going to make it anywhere. So, I mean, the snowman that we bowled there, and this, you know, Stu wanted to call this the Kentucky snowman from his standpoint. I said, well, this has been around a bit longer than the snowman has been at Shawnee their last 3-4 years. But, yeah, the same kind of thing, though. Just a lot of oil way down the lane. You get people out of their comfort zone a little bit. I always find it very interesting to watch that because you kind of find out who can just find a way to make it work. And, you know, you hope that if there's no issues right to left.
earlier today, I likened the Bradley without seeing it in its full glory, if you will, because this is my first Bradley too.
Okay.
But I did the New Mexico Open.
They're not easy there either. But
Not
that's
easy
the opposite.
there.
They hook.
But still not easy. Really good field. Same prize atop the.
Very good prize fund. Pretty good format. As much you're going to have for an amateur type. Yeah, well, I was lucky, but yeah, I was pretty fortunate. But yeah, that event's just a different kind of hard.
Right.
That's almost like old school high roller type hard, where the lanes, the pattern's not very long. It's really flat. There's not a ton of volume on the lane. At least the year I was there. Now it changes year to year, I think, a little bit. But
Mike Miller, the genius.
yeah, he's not afraid to make them a little dirty.
We had a good conversation about that when I was there.
Mike is very much about the shot making and you know, the difficulty of the pattern. You would think, as a guy who transformed himself with a guy with his thumb in it, threw it pretty straight, took his thumb out, became a one-handed, no-thumb guy, won 3 or 4 times, shot 300 on TV, literally transforms himself into a power player, that he might like him a little bit softer. But he always enjoyed the challenge of the lanes being really hard and then controlling that power. And
I'm not sure I knew that about Mike Miller.
yeah,
Now that you say that.
use his thumb for spares, a lot like Doherty does. Really good spare shooter. String straight at spares, and he's a strong dude. So
we have moved into game 2. Let's tell you who has joined us here on 35 and 36. Christina Thomas-Cox and Tasha Skaggs-Cook. We should have Bailey Maverick, and there he is.
yes, sir.
And Zach Newman, along with Jonathan Lane and Josh Ruchan. And then next door, Derek Patterson and Trevor Roberts. Courtney Burks, who bowled this morning or this afternoon, and Ron Holiday. In fact, Burks made the top 8, lost to Jacob in the quarterfinals. Cameron Fritz, Austin Hervey, Rodney Litton, and Donnie Litton. You're on 37 and 38. Good question in the chat for you, Mr. Barnes, if you don't mind. How does one prepare for a very difficult, challenging tournament like this? Not this particular one, tomorrow.
Yeah, for me, there's a process you go through before you bowl the U.S. Open, which historically was the hardest pattern that we bowl on the whole year. It was really about tightening up all my lines, minimizing movement with all my upper body stuff. So, you know, minimizing shoulder movement left to right, and then upper body tilt front to back, and getting that as still and quiet as possible, which then in turn would shorten up my swing a little bit, and then you really work on posting up shots, because it matters. A little off balance is you know, it's a half board off in the front.
Right.
But it might also be a half degree of an entry angle, or release angles, I guess, through the front of the lane. And the two combined were just too much when the lanes are flat. And a version of that pattern, too, from last week, there's 37 feet, which is even harder than the 44 that we used to bowl on.
It didn't look fun.
No, 37 is like death distance for a right-hander. There's you could research with Kegel and ask him how many house patterns are 37 feet, and I can say with utmost certainty that it is below 1%. Probably 0 if they had any input at all, because and the reason is, not that anybody asked, but
right.
You know, if you're going to USBC rule of 37, Kegel rule of 37, or 31, I'm sorry, and it's a 37-foot pattern, your break point is coming out of the end around 6. Well, where all the friction in the surface is between, say, 8 and 14. It's where it's scratched up from open play, league play, and those kind of things. So You either have to go through all that hook to get to 6, or you have to play right of it the whole time with all that friction just to the left of you. Either way, it turns out to be even less room than you would normally have. And that pattern wasn't meant to have any room on it to begin with. So what you saw was guys, well, myself, Jake Peters, a couple of guys throwing plastic and urethane, sliding right at 5 and throwing it literally right to left from 1 going uphill.
Right.
And so you got to that 6 without going through any of that hook to the left. Or guys playing in the middle of the lane and keeping it away from that spot completely and just playing the surface friction between 8 and 12.
It's always good to, this is just me talking. It's always good to hear you speak in those terms because I feel like everything that you do is kind of process, or there's some level of a process to preparation, which I enjoy. I'm
It's
sure
not
some
for
people do.
it's not for everybody.
Right.
I get it. And there's certainly guys that don't have one, but I think there was 2 different things between trying to save ball on something that's a little easier like this, whether you're using more area, you're creating area. That's a different skill set than trying to splice a board over and over and over and over. And, as the lanes get softer, power becomes much more of a thing because the extra hit matters. It's something Tommy was great at the beginning. He bowled well when the lanes were softer. And then at some point, much like I did, you decided got tired of not bowling good at the U.S. Open and started having a process that got your game a little tighter and narrowed that spray factor a little bit so that when the big tournaments and the harder patterns came up, you could be more competitive. They go about it different ways, but for me, that was my process.
Joined in the booth by Chris Barnes, the Hall of Famer, one half of Beef and Barnesy. If you've never heard of that show, well, shame on you. You should go check it out. They're on Facebook, YouTube, the Beef and Barnesy Show. I'd assume that you would know which half is who. But
Well, if you can't, then I'm
you never know.
I'm a little bit sad. You may not be the right one to watch our show. It is a little bit gloves off in there at times. We at ourselves and occasionally others, and so yeah, we try and have a lot of fun. It's very interactive. We do it on Facebook at 11 Eastern on Tuesdays and Thursdays. A little tricky right now with PBA Tour being on, so we're trying to do some Thursday shows, but. We have a lot of fun. We have guys in there from everywhere, including yourself, who's been with us.
I appreciate it.
We try and cover a little bit of everything. We try and have fun. We try and have people on that like to have fun too. And so
that's important.
Yeah, and our fans, the ones that watch us, they chip in, and they're every bit as much a part of the show as we are. So I think we have some of the best fans in the business, and that's what helps the whole thing. So the questions often make the show. Got Kyle Troop's a few pairs down. I think he's bowling with Jesper, I assume.
Yes.
Sean and Tom Hess are a couple of pairs over. They'll be on camera game 3. You can catch them on the left edge there on 33 and 4, I believe. From time to time. Tom Hess had quite the resurgence since he's turned 50. He's one of the rare animals that they got to 50 years old and he's actually better than he was at 30 years old. It doesn't really happen too often, but he's every bit as strong as he was. You can see Sean there on the left edge of your screen. Another strike. Yeah, he's just as strong as he was, which obviously gives him an advantage at 50 years old. That guys are not as physically put together as they were at in their 30s. But for him, he's got his emotional things under control. So when he bowled bad, he get fiercely angry and kind of bowl his way out of tournaments. And when he got it going good, he would get super pumped and kind of he would take himself out occasionally as well with just getting overly amped. And he's figured out how to manage both of those things. It's a very interesting case study, I think, for how fine a difference it is, because really his PBA tour is very modest, with the exception of a Masters title. Put a great week together, and that's what he's always been capable of, but he never was able to put really too much more together. On the 50 tour, he made 6 out of the last 7 shows, I believe, of the year, won the last 2 majors, got in big moments, and just kept stepping up over and over and over, and he was the initiator over and over with putting the pressure on and throwing the big shots. And it wasn't physically that he's gotten amazingly better. He didn't go down like a lot of people do at 50, but mentally he's decent miles better space now.
I'm sure you anticipated the type of competition that you encounter week to week, obviously on the PBA 50 tour, when you started to compete on that level as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, Walter's still there, Pete's still there, Norm's still there. The guys, when I came out on tour, couch bowled and won the first week I bowled. Murder's Row was right. Still waiting.
It's like old times.
Yeah, it hadn't really moved a whole lot. So the biggest trick is the environment is a little bit different. The patterns aren't so flat. How the field breaks them down, though, is the biggest thing, because now on that tour, I'm back up at the higher end of the rev rate scale again. And so the field breaks them down right of me instead of left of me. And it took me a minute to kind of readjust, how the chess game gets played. And but I enjoyed it. It is a much more relaxed environment. It's highly competitive, but you have a lot of guys that have been successful at life that choose to bowl out there too, and good bowlers. And then they once their families or their businesses or those things that had gone on to flourish, then they've started to turn their eyes on something more competitive, and they've really upped the number of games and things that they put into it. And guys like Dan Knowlton out of Florida, turned a really good bowler. It's somebody we didn't really know much of, and then all of a sudden we do. He makes 2 or 3 shows in a year, and John Marsala out of St. Louis, a left-hander that I didn't know, and before then, and holy cow, he made 3 out of the first 5 tournaments I was in, he made the show. And yep, no joke. Somebody's got to really bowl. And so it's been a much easier place again to get to know guys and make friends. It's not such a cutthroat thing as the tour can be at times. And so.
Okay, we're going to do the drawing for the knockout bowling ball. Money may will go to the Investor Scholarship.
Shot there for Courtney. Yeah, I got a chance to meet John Marsala very early on in my, collegiate career. He's from St. Louis, used to bowl at St. Charles all the time.
Of course.
And so we got a firsthand look at him all the time.
3, 6, 4.
And so the first, I don't remember the first show that he made and the first title that he won, but I was certainly not surprised. But he was so happy and emotional, and I thought that was really cool to see. And for someone who, it's like when you get a chance to meet and talk to people all the time, and they finally kind of win and get that underneath their belt. It's cool no matter where you are, where you're from, how you met.
The thing about bowling is winning is important. Is when learn, doing lessons and things with Baker, that it doesn't really matter if you average 160 and you just want to average 175. Winning your point in league, winning, throwing a strike to win a game, what's important to you is what makes the whole thing exciting. And I get more thrill out of watching somebody shoot their first 300 than maybe anything. And then now on the senior tour, you see guys, they've been bowling their whole life. They've never won a pro tournament. Watching how happy Tom Hess is with, it means the world. He is 100% living his absolute dream right now. That he is making a lot of shows. He's won major titles. He won Player of the Year. People asked me if we had a rivalry, and I said, well, I think both sides have to win before it's a rivalry.
I was going to say.
So I don't know that.
Respectfully.
Yeah, I like, well, it wasn't a rivalry in the other tour because we didn't bowl each other a lot, but I didn't lose any of those. And then so far I haven't won any ones on the senior tour. So I don't know it's a rivalry. It's way more a thing for me probably right now than it is for him. I'm just another guy he's beating every week at the moment. We're going to look to change that a little bit.
Give me your money, bro.
Yeah, exactly. Stealing from my kids. I got kids in college.
You do?
Yeah, guys don't feel sorry for me at all.
No, bro, those days are over.
How's the chat? Anything good in there?
I had a question. Well, there was an equipment question, but people are just genuinely thrilled to hear you speaking. Oh, two good questions, actually.
All right.
I'll wait for the ball raffle announcement to end.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me check my ticket.
I shouldn't have got in. I always wondered, super random, but I've been doing this streaming thing for a while, right? We go to the tournaments. They, have 50-50 raffles and all that kind of stuff. And I'm always wondering, like, am I allowed to get in those? Like, I'm supporting the tournament if I do.
Yeah, most of the time, I mean, when we've done that in the past, in the very rare occurrence that you actually win. That's the second one on that lane, by the way.
Good Lord, Bailey Maverick.
Yeah. Is that when you do win, most of the time we just have a live auction. You just throw it back in and then have a live auction, and so then somebody can buy it for whatever, and then so whatever extra money they make on it there, then it's kind of a win-win, because obviously equipment is not one of the many perks of being a pro is that is not my problem. I don't need more equipment, generally speaking. But for those who are not familiar with Bailey, and probably most of the world met him at the PVA Players Championship, making it out of the South region, and certainly one of the most cool names in all of bowling.
Oh, no doubt. Even the way his last name's spelled, it is straight Maverick with no E, so you can't mess it up.
Not so fast.
Well, you're right. That's true. Speaking of equipment, a couple things for you.
All right.
One, are you going to use 160 grit sandpaper tomorrow or 80? That's a funny question from CG.
The most I have with me is 360, but that being said, Stu does have a brick, a sanding block that he had from the snowman that may be around, but in general, I don't think that really tends to make it be better. It just makes it earlier. So.
Good question. Triple X, by the way, I'm going to be adding that. Okay, secondly, where was it? There was a UC3 question. Oh, your thoughts on the UC3?
I like it a lot. For me, it hooks considerably more than the pitch blacks and the fast pitches. Mine is still pretty rounded, and whether that's because of me or or not. Some of the guys that get a little bit kind of angular, and so when there's a ton of urethane on the lane, sometimes that's not so good. But we saw a lot more of them last week, and really, when you're trying to shape the lane more than what you can with, say, the pitch black, then that seems to be where guys are going to. It's already a part of my bag, and I brought it here too, actually.
Well, I'm going to guess that we have Chris for at least the end of this game. So if you got any more questions for him, feel free to drop those in the chat. We will be monitoring and or moderating said questions just to make sure they're appropriate. Also, Chris Sue said, Sue Hess, by the way, said Tom has a ton of respect for you and really enjoys your friendship.
He enjoys beating me every week. Just be honest about this
would.
whole thing.
I would. Oh, my gosh. Wait, can we talk about the Bailey Maverick 9-pin situation?
Yeah. Now, if I'm being completely honest here, it's not bad luck after a while.
That's fair.
A 9-pin's not, when you have that much entry angle, a 9-pin and a 4-pin are basically kind of the same thing.
It's zooming by the 9.
Yeah, okay, the first one, oh, wow, that was a bad break. All right, for the second one, okay, now you know. And the third one, that 100% is on you. You got to move off that spot. You have to hit half pocket, and so it's because that's effectively high for as much. And there's two options from there. You can move left, or you can get your ball to roll more forward. But I don't know Bailey well enough to know what his skill set is. But historically, in my moves, that would have been something to move. You know, I would just get the ball to roll a little bit more forward through him. Obviously, his ball's coming off the spot. Exceptionally hard.
Right.
And he looks like he's going to try and ball down something that's a little bit smoother and just do it the same thing a different way. It's just then he can do what he wants to do. It's comfortable with his hand and get the ball to smooth off the end of the pattern a little bit. Like that example right there, that's a ball that's moving more forward. Has no danger of chopping the 5 off the 9. I'm hesitant to say that because I see people all the time and go, oh, that stone 7, that was high. I mean, we're talking about a half a board out there. As a one-off, I think that's a terrible break. The second one, we've established a pattern now. and the third one, well, you knew you need to do something about that now. So.
We'll be intently watching his next shot. Meanwhile, Sean Rash, his first double over on 33 and 34.
Yeah, he's struggling on the left lane over there. Had a couple shots go high on him, and Tommy had a little tough go too with 2 splits to start off that game. Obviously, that pair broke down a little bit different following Bailey and a couple other guys that maybe that they were a little more tore up than they anticipated.
Super Bowl picks, Chris Barnes. And the Chiefs aren't playing. So
I know. I'm
you
so
don't
mad.
have a, you don't have a default.
Kind of mad about it. Maybe the first time I've seen Mahomes look like a normal human quarterback, and they did it to him twice. That defensive coordinator over there for the Bengals is to catch him once off guard where they had a 14 or 17 point lead and they scored 3 in the second half in the regular season game, and then to do it again in the playoffs for a team that seems to have answers all the time. Yeah, not that time. Moved a little deeper, got it into what would be half pocket for the rest of us mortals, and just split the 8-9 instead. I still think the Rams have the best defense and relatively equal offense, and I think while the Chiefs' defense played pretty well the back half of the year, they're also playing against weaker competition. I think the Bengals showed that they're had a considerably better defense in that game with a quarterback that was capable of playing to a level that was at least similar with those elite quarterbacks, and that ended up making the difference. And I think that'll be the difference on the other side. I think Stafford and Burrow are and the talent they have surrounding him. I think the Bengals probably have slightly better receivers, but it's not a giant advantage. And I think the difference in defense, especially versus the Bengals offensive line, will be a mess.
That's good analysis right there. Saw a good friend, John McGill, checking in, and everyone checking in. Ramon, appreciate y'all tuning in. If you haven't already, ahead and hit the subscribe button to Bowl Stream TV on YouTube.
Who?
Support
Bowl Stream TV.
That's right.
Yeah. Is that what we're on?
That's what we're on.
I'm just kidding.
I just want to
Everybody should know.
make it.
I just want to give you a chance to say it 2 or 3 more times. Bowl Stream TV.
Support Todd as well. He's doing great stuff. Jalen Mosley bowls a lot of Todd events, and Jalen is here. I think we'll see Jalen actually in Game 3. Question about standings, Vito. I think it'll be kind of closer to what we saw this morning or this afternoon, especially now with so many additional players and scores and everyone kind of finishing in different spots. We may not see some standings probably until Game 3, but I will. If that is the case, like I did this afternoon, I'll just kind of go in and see what the deal might be, and I was able to get a number. In fact, Tom Hess, who I will count on, and Sue in the chat, Tom had already figured out what the cut probably was going to be, and he was almost dead on.
1,500?
With that, well, I don't know about tonight.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm saying
but
1,500.
Yeah, that's
1489, maybe. Top 8?
Yeah. Well,
1489 might be short.
Well, I'm seeing. I shouldn't say that, because what happened earlier was we stopped on 35 and 36, so it was 3 through 36. So I couldn't see what was happening on the low end. I definitely can't see what's happening on the low end. And now we're going all the way down to 52. So before I say I'm seeing a few less strikes, and I don't think that's actually true.
Yeah, there is a few less, and then there's like an 8-bagger and a 6-bagger and a 6-bagger and a 6-bagger on a pair. Now they're all by A and an A, a B, a C, and a D bowler, so they're not all together. But there's a couple opportunities down there still.
All right, Park Point. Let's see. Lots of respect for CB. Thanks for being on the live feed. Yes, Chris. Thank you for being here. Thank your non-existent partner for not bowling with you.
Thanks for nobody having enough faith to bowl with me.
Allow you to be here.
That's what this is. You could wear a live mic. We could have bowled right down here on these 3 pairs. We got a live mic on. Could have been talking and bowling, doing the whole thing.
Well, I'll tell you what. It's not a bad idea. Something in the future. If I'm there, we can mic you up.
I mean, even Sue and I have live mics. We can make that work.
Do a little collaboration effort. A little Beef and Barnesy Bowl Stream TV action.
There we go.
All right, Park Point. Interesting question. Do you think when Rash or Weber or over-amp themselves that it causes them to derail their performance? I don't know how well you know each of those individuals, but obviously you bowled with each for a very long time.
Yeah, I think there's 2 different answers there. And, I mean, I'm going to take the over-amp part out because that implies that they are already out of. But Pete uses anger and things like that to focus himself up. And so lots of times when he's a little nervous or he's, he wound up, he'll pick things to be mad about, whether it's a towel on a ball, whether it's a random mystery fan in the crowd that nobody seems to know what happened. I mean, that's his go-to. And so he makes his stuff up to be, and because once he's mad, he's not nervous. And once he's not nervous, he's a mess to handle at that point. And historically, for him, that works exceptionally well to get him where he needs to be to play at his highest level. Sean, on the other hand, can go that way, and it actually works against him a little bit more. When he's comfortable in his own skin and he's kind of, bowls as good as anybody. And really, over the last few years where he kind of got over worrying about what everybody else in the back was thinking, his TV record has gotten pretty good again. I think it gets largely overlooked because people hang on to whatever they want to hang on to. And he had a stretch in the middle where it wasn't very good. He started out, he won 4 shows, he won all 4 of them to start, and then he went a long time without really having much success on TV after that. Had some balks, had some stuff, and was trying to be what he thought other people wanted him to be. And again, I might be putting my own thing onto him, but as I went through some of the same things, and instead of just really being himself and being who he wants to be, he plays better with a little bit of an edge. And so, but there's a line for him that's a little different. But when he actually gets kind of fired up, I think he tends to bowl a little bit better. And when he gets to the point where he's not worried about what other people think, he bowls exceptionally well. And it's a tough line because I think human nature is everybody wants to be liked. There's very few people that don't really care.
Right.
It'll be interesting to see where Simo falls on the whole thing. Because they kind of want him to be that guy. But it's tricky because people inherently think guys like Simo's a good guy.
Yeah.
But he likes to play with an edge and does play with an edge a lot. And so Bud is also capable of being that guy that doesn't really care. He's got his circle, and it's people he trusts and knows, and he may be the bad guy, villain, whatever you want to call it, for the PBA. And my personal opinion, and Simo gets away from trying to out-trick everybody with, goofy balls and, 30-year-old urethanes and things like that, and just he's more talented than everybody. And I mean everybody. He can do more things, more ways. He may not be better at Belmo when Belmo's doing his thing.
Yeah.
and which is not a small, I don't want to underestimate that either,
Right.
but he can win more ways than anybody else. And right now, he's just making shows more ways than everybody else, but pretty soon, he's going to get that last little tip, and when you get that many opportunities to win,
No cash in.
he's one of the guys you're going to bowl against for a while
Yeah,
to win titles.
That came up last week during the U.S. Open week. Obviously, he went on to win that event, but it was part of a conversation that my man Jason Thomas brought up that time on Bowl TV about, did the people think, we asked the chat, did the people think that Simo essentially could outdo or Belmo when it's all said and done? And I had to realize that Simo was just turned 25. It's like, holy, I forgot all about that. You just forget how young someone like he is.
Ultimately, I'm going to say no. In my opinion, he's certainly one of probably the only person that I think that could in this generation. But Belmo put a historic run on in majors where the number of them that he makes and then the number of them he's won is unprecedented in that short period of time. And it's not a short period of time even then to win 14.
Yeah.
There's 4. Now, he does have the advantage, and Simo will too, of having 5 majors a year versus 4, which will help that cause slightly. But yeah, sometimes being that versatile though can work against you when you're on TV and trying in those super short formats of picking which one of those things you want to do. And I don't think he's kind of figured out which one of his 1, 2, or 3 are his favorite to go to, in those higher intensity television moments.
Nice little note here. Roddy and Donnie Litton both with the front 7 here on 37 and 38. Obviously, we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. Good discussion here. Appreciate the questions. And I appreciate those watching. If you wouldn't mind, hit the thumbs up for me as you peruse the cabin here on Bowlstream TV. That's not a good break.
No, after the couple of 9 pins, that's really, See, that's where I come back off of, because you already left the 9-pin, so you do have to move off of it, go a little lighter, and you would expect with that kind of entry angle that the head pin would have a pretty good chance of hitting it on the other side. That's the equivalent of your pocket being small, with which doesn't seem to happen with, when rev rates get that high, but goes to prove even then.
I'm going to scroll up and see if I can find a couple more questions there. Shout out to Dan Hawk. Appreciate you tuning in, Dan. How many bowlers? There were. I'm pretty sure there were at least 100 teams. I think. Might have been a couple of last minute folks who couldn't make it, but I know there were several additional walk-ins today as well. In fact, I think the original goal or plan was to not use either of the in pairs, and they're both in play now.
So you got 200 to give or take at four on a lane all the way across. I've seen very few pairs like the one right in front of us is one of the only ones I've seen that actually doesn't have a fourth player. So.
A good shot there for Courtney.
4x52 would be 208, and like I see, I can't see any other pair with it that has 4, or only has 3 on the pair close to us right now.
I mentioned scores earlier, but we probably won't have scores. I'm going to double check that again until after qualifying. I think just because of the rate and the pace of play potentially. May not have those until game 3, but I'll check after game 2 at least just to check and see what might be available. Or at the very least, try to get the top 8 cut. Let's see. Oh, that's a good question from Larry Bird, number 33.
BYRD, the frequent contributor on the BMB show.
He's actually a contributor on all of the shows, I feel.
Yeah.
Like. So, obviously, shout out to being on Bowl Stream TV. He's also on Bowl TV, so we talk a lot.
All right.
Chris, your son, Ryan, really coming along. Is he thinking of a pro career after college?
Yeah, thinking of a pro career right now. He's a little ahead of himself probably, but he and Spencer Robars are gonna try and bowl the Roth-Holman doubles. Actually, they'll have to go through the PTQ, but a few of those teams, Subler and Cameron Crowe, I believe, are going to go up there and bowl that. There's a couple of those, but he's ready. He asked me if I wanted to bowl the doubles tournament that weekend. Well, me and Uncle Tommy, we're going to give this one more go. And after the players, when Tommy was leading by about 600 on day 1, and I was in about 15th place, I think, you may want to ask Tommy if he wants to bowl with you. And Tommy, being a good friend, came back with, your dad will let that happen? Yeah. Yeah, real funny. Yeah.
Well.
No, but, yeah, I think he's all about it. I mean, it's having to bowl his way onto the varsity to begin this college season, to not being in the traveling 7 or so going to the big tournaments, to then traveling, then ended up bowling, in some key spots for them at the end of some tournaments, and now Junior Team USA and a couple of tournament teams, all tournament teams. He's all in, and he treats it the same as he treated basketball. He practices 3 hours a day, so he practices with some guys in the morning, practices with other guys in the afternoon, and Spencer's all about it too, and so they bowl matches against each other all the time downstairs in the rec, where they're just disgusting for the most part down there. And so they keep pushing each other, and it's been fun to watch. And I'm like, we're kind of riding a little bit of the path, but he's really the one that's taken the bull by the horns. And Steel Smith is fantastic at Wichita State there with coaching, and every time he works with him, you can see improvement. he's around a whole bunch of other young guys that were all the best bowlers in their area.
Right.
So Tom and Sean trying to finish, do a little damage over here off to our left. Sean's going to shoot 220 though. He went spare the 9th and 10th, and then my personal kryptonite there. He had 6-2, 6-2. First 2 frames. Now he's going to try and strike out for 250. And the Iceman cometh. Fear of the North.
Shout out to Jonathan Lane, by the way, shot 259. Part of Josh Rutan, shot 216. And the front 8 streak has continued for both Roddy and Donnie Litton here on 37 and 38.
What's your score? What's your score? Sorry. Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good.
Poor streaming etiquette. That's why you just can't let any amateur come join you in the booth like this. I was asking Jesper what his score was. For those of you who didn't know, he is the Iceman, and for you
The Iceman.
Game of Thrones fans, has a very similar look actually at times. But yeah, they're about 180 over, so him and Troop. So they'll need a big game, probably the last game. Big being relative when you're already averaging 245, but yeah.
You mentioned that was a great spare. That was the 3-9-10, but the 9 was kind of, or the 3 was either offset to the left, or the 9 was offset to the right. That
Didn't do him any favors.
Makes it difficult. Well, it's already difficult. That level of difficulty certainly went up. I got a question for you. You mentioned something. And I think it was, maybe we were talking about Simon and his extreme versatility. And sometimes that could not help you in certain situations. And I feel like when I was, not trying to date you here, of course, but
when you were a young boy.
When I was younger, the word on the street was that you were the most versatile player. And so many of us would intently watch Chris Barnes and try to figure out, like, which tool you went to, so to speak. Did you kind of run into that sometimes?
I did, and because I think the one thing that happens when you're doing a lot of different things is you have to have a lot of touch and a lot of other things involved in that. And even though I'm so process-oriented, still had a fair amount of feel involved in that. Well, front 9.
We'll take it.
There you go. Obviously, there's a bad rack there. The 1-3 is a little tight, so you just went ahead and played the 1-2.
No shame in that, by the way.
And I think I was unfortunately very slow to pick up on the fact that Walter at some point made shows doing all kinds of things. Norm made shows doing all kinds of things, and they both settled on something on the shows that they knew they were fairly bulletproof at.
Okay.
It didn't, and later on, I found a couple of things that I did under those key moments that Baker had picked up on that helped. But I stopped trying to be perfect with my matchup stuff on TV and just got to be good enough. And then eventually you can, as you bowl more games and you win, then some of that other stuff can come into play. But at least initially, at some points I just went, well, okay, who am I bowling? I'm going to bowl Amleto. Okay, well, I'm going to play him then. I wasn't going to get beat because I tried to be cute or play a part of the lane that was a little different. I was just going to play the lane wherever they played the lane and be better than they were at it. And it was confident, arrogant, whatever you want to call it, enough at the time to feel like I could do that. And that's how I made a lot of those shows in those matches was I just made people move off the thing they did best into something else. Hey, Tom Hess walking by. As he well knows, those who can do, like he is, and those who can't talk about it and judge them and do all kinds of other things. So, yeah. I mean, that's good luck out there. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. You're 70? You're 200 over? 200 over is about right.
1954, and he moved 300.
Yeah, so, yeah, I think our very professional guesstimation is 1489 and 96. And so, yeah, one more good game, you guys will be fine.
Roddy Litton, by the way. I think it was Roddy. No. I think Roddy has the front nine. I think it was Donnie who was stopped by a 10-pin. I need to double check that. I'm going to go ask him.
Nice physical game right there. Like his game.
Trevor Roberts.
Yes, sir. Oh, well, that makes sense. I didn't, no name on his back. I'm like, wow,
Right.
that's,
I
I
think
like
that's
that
Trevor.
game. That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, well, that's why.
Yeah, that's Trevor Roberts.
Because it is pretty good.
That's Trevor Roberts.
Yeah, results would indicate that that has been good for a while now. All right. Yeah, a real keen eye. Super sharp there. And check the chat out a little bit. Does Chris feel he's lost a bit of an advantage, be able to roll the ball differently and not people just change balls? I'm going to have to interpret a little bit there, but
I'm assuming probably that meant to say not be able to just change
not
balls.
be able to. Okay.
That's my guess.
Yeah, I mean, basically in any sport, power is a huge part of the equation. And, you know, when I first came out on tour, I was in the top 10 or 15% rev rate wise. And I wasn't the best at playing straight, and I wasn't maybe the best at playing the left gutter, but I was in the top 10 at both, and we bowled all day long without rerunning lanes. So the guys that only hooked it, I could beat in the morning. And the guys that only, you know, get a little more rev rate trapped, when we moved the left gutter, I could beat them at night. And then eventually I got better at match play and learning how to navigate that whole thing. And then I got better at strategy, you know, with the help of Rick Benoit and some of those guys after that. And so I had a little bit of advantage in a few different places over different people. And I just played those advantages. I don't know if I was the best at any of them. And now the one thing that happens is I'm in the bottom half of the league rev rate wise out there.
That's
you know, and
it's wild when you really think about it.
It's not an excuse because Sean is in that around that same number. O'Neill's 40 to 50 higher. Andrew Anderson's almost identical number wise to mine. Frankie's a little below that. So it's not like it's not an excuse because you can play at a very high level on the tour without having a super high rev rate. That's not the only requirement. But you have to be able to do you have to know your tricks and tools, and some of the things that I've done in the past to match up with the field, they just don't work now. And so I've had to really go back to the drawing board a little bit with, hey, when I see this, I tend to do this, and that doesn't work. I have to stop going down that decision path because there's no good answers down that path. And so I've had to kind of reevaluate and really take some hard looks at some things I've confirmed in my mind are just the right things to do, and that they're not, and that I have to be better at. I have to be better at doing some things that I haven't, you know, that haven't been part of the regular adjustment phase on that tour in a while, and so you know, someone's taking a page. I'm not going to be able to float it down there like Frankie does, but I can do some of the things that Sean does, do some of the things that Bill does. And some versions of them, and so there's some ways and there's some avenues out there that are possible. I have to get better at them, and you know, I have to keep working at it. The one thing about it, when you get older, your legs don't do you any favors, that's for sure. and so I have to keep getting stronger.
new group on 35 and 36 as that pair is into game 3 as we await the end of game number 2 on 37 and 38. That would be Mike Hoffman and Bo Shank, Jonathan Cummins, Chase Francisco, of course Kyle Troop and Jesper Svensson, Terrence Bright, and Donovan Kelly. Again on 35 and 36.
Old amateur tournament guy, Mark Birkenbein. Anyone other than Belmonte making it to 30 titles. I think Simo could make it to 30. I think Jesper could make it to 30. I think EJ could make it to 30. Those three, they have some dominating characteristics and things that they do that at this point no one can beat them when they're doing their thing that they do best. And that's one of the things that really sets you apart. Now that doesn't. Robert Smith had some of those too, and he won 6 times. I thought he could have won 35 times. But I do think these guys could. It does come down to some opportunities, though. They're going to have more titles available than they do right now.
Right.
Awfully hard to get there when you only have 12 to 15 chances at most a year. And so I think Belmonte very smartly, with no accident, changed the conversation to majors a while back as best he could. Because 40 titles is not and certainly, 50 titles, it's not a realistic number because you just can't bowl enough tournaments to get there.
Right.
The opportunities don't really present themselves. So, whoa.
So Roddy Litton with the front 10.
There you go.
And that's Donnie to the right.
They're trying to put a big game together, though. Holy smokes.
I'm not sure what they shot the first game, but if they can finish the deal here, it's certainly going to help. The funny thing is I went to ask them who was who.
Oh!
Wow.
Such a payback for the Brooklyn, maybe.
Good shot.
That won't make Jesper happy. Those 2 high back-to-back shots, right? You go high in the first frame, too?
I believe so. In the booth with the one and only Chris Barnes. Probably for a little while longer before he departs us to get some rest because he's got to do.
Because I'm old, you say it.
Things in the morning like bowl.
Yeah, well.
Which is important. Should do that. Rest is important.
Just hoping to be high senior tomorrow morning, so I at least get one of those spots.
It's still weird for you to say senior and be referencing yourself.
It's weird. Yeah, it's weird to me. So I don't think of myself like that. Somebody asked what team I'll be on in the PBA League and who's my teammates. I was actually thrown back into the pool this year. We had 3 guys in the top 10 overall, or top 8, I think, overall, between Tom Doherty, Chris Vai, and Jesper Svensson. So he kept those guys, rightfully so. And we had the 3rd pick as we got upset in the first round last year. So I would say probably a pretty fair chance I'll be available there unless I continue the current streak of not cashing. I might be there still at pick 18. I don't know. We'll see. I'd like to be back on the same squad. I'd love to be with that group, but I don't know. The draft will be, I believe, right before the Masters this year.
Okay. Shout out to Roddy and Donnie Litt, 288, 279 respectively.
Tony Campagna. Should have called my old college roommate. He would have bowled. Well, it's possible. Which one are you talking about, though? That's all
right, we're officially now into game 3.
And that's a monster there, a little 567 on him. That'll help your cause out.
Yeah, that's got to put them, again, without knowing what they shot in the first game, it does make it difficult. I did get some confirmation regarding scores, and we won't know certainly until the conclusion of qualifying. So if you join me this afternoon, you know we keep the stream live. I'll throw up a cut announcement graphic, and then we will all kind of wait and see and wait to hear. We'll speculate, give our best guesses, and then wait for the official number. Also during that time period after this game, I'll get somewhat prepared to move a camera or two to get a quarterfinal match or two. So the top 8 is coming up next. I'd say there'd probably be about 15 minutes or so from the last ball thrown in qualifying to the start of the top 8. And they'll go to Baker style, best 2 out of 3 here for the top 8.
Full screen.
I have to give you a W2 soon. Telling people where to go to watch Bowlstream TV. Get there via YouTube, bowlstreamtv.com as well. There's Kyle Troop.
That right there is what set him apart from where he was, say, 5 years ago. 5, 7 years ago. Ship it. That's right. You know, he's basically a short pattern specialist. Threw it really hard, really forward. Yeah, he was just good on the short stuff, and then he picked up a couple of things with speed control, added a little bit of axis rotation, got a little more touch, and it catapulted from a guy who wasn't drafted on a PBA league team not that long ago to the PBA Player of the Year. And so even when you have success, guys keep working on their games and keep adding to that next level, and those are the guys that separate. These guys that they get better after they already know everything, you know.
Well, this pair has started off with a nice little bang here.
Coming after it. Hey, I appreciate you letting me sit in with you and drag down the talent in this booth for a minute. But I love what you're doing.
I appreciate you, Chris Barnes.
Love your efforts, nothing but the best.
Go get some rest, my friend.
And I'll let you watch the Superstars here bowl a little bit. I don't have to be more jealous, so, you know.
I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You have a good one. Thanks again for the questions in the chat, and I appreciate y'all. And if you don't mind, check us out on Beef and Barnesy.
Let me one question, because this is a good one.
Yeah.
Would you consider a college coaching position?
I would, yeah. Yeah, one time I talked with Gordon to kind of see what his kind of future plans was before my boys went into high school. So this is like 6 years ago or so. Because one of my best friends had moved back to Wichita. I'm like, I'm going to move somewhere and be part of that. It'd be, you know, that high school time would be a time to do something like that and kind of go in and maybe do some assistant coaching thing and as an opportunity to move forward. But actually, Steele Smith, he's the perfect guy for that situation. He's Gordon's first superstar pupil, so to speak, and he kind of embodies the temperament, the history, the whole vibe, and he spent way more time coaching. He was the house coach in the North Rock and West Egerton, the Joma Centers there in the Wichita area for several years, and so coaching all levels while at the same time helping out with the program. And he was my associate coach actually when I was a freshman.
How about that?
And yeah, he's been a great fit, and the proof was easy to see because then when he goes to college, I don't see Ryan so much.
Right.
And so he would go there and I had my one-on-ones, and he'd come back like 2 weeks later and go, dude, you look like the same. You're not the same cat that you were like 3 weeks ago when we left. And you know, he's great. And I'm obviously a big Wichita proponent. The whole atmosphere, it's a great place to become a good bowler for sure. So But yes, I would consider that. At one time, Lynn and I talked about, hey, it'd be an ideal situation to go and take over a men's and a women's program, and kind of build it there from the either from the ground up or
Right.
take over something and just hit the road and recruit and make some good players better and get them ready to be good at life and professional bowlers.
I still think this could happen. So now that it's in the atmosphere, I'm gonna pray that it does. Okay, you can.
All
you can
right,
go.
man. Yeah, thanks.
All right, that is Chris Barnes. Check him out on the Beef and Barnesy Show with Stu Williams on YouTube, Facebook, and everywhere in between. I will say, folks, and I'll be completely honest with you, one of the best things that have happened to me since being in this industry in the role that I have been in is meeting individuals like Chris Barnes and just really getting a chance to know them over the years. Because when you go to the same events and multiple events and you see the same folks and you get a chance to have conversations that don't involve bowling, and then you develop relationships where Chris will come on at any point whenever he's available, if I'm involved, certainly, and try to give some good stuff to the broadcast. So I appreciate Chris and the entire Barnes family, and definitely be on the lookout for Ryan Barnes. Well, if you haven't already, he is man, he's something else. We'll see Chris tomorrow. He's bowling A squad at the Bradley. Richard, great question, by the way. Really appreciate that. Craig Niner for checking in. Appreciate you. Talking about somebody who can bowl. And Craig out there can get it done as well. All right, Tom Hess has joined us here on 37 and 8. If Linda is still watching, I'll try to give you some updates over on 33 and 34, I think I said, that Ryan and Victor should be. Yeah, they should be there. And I believe they are. It should be C and 3, respectively. So if this roster, order-wise, is correct, Victor has the front 4, and Ryan would have, he's going strike, open, double. Then on 37 and 38, there you see Graham Fraud just lacing the rack on 37. Again, Jalen Mosley, Greg Bumpus, John Riensberg, and Rajon Franklin, Sean Rash, Tom Hess, Kyle Mayberry, and Graham Fogg. There's Jalen. As much as I see Jalen bowl, I never really see him a lot in person, so I'm happy to see him in person for a change. That was Victor. He does have the front 5. Let's change this graphic, by the way. Now that we're officially into game 3, what do you say we do that? That's a really, that one's got me thinking, Richard, that question. By the way, shout out to Richard Jones, too. I saw you earlier, my man. I didn't get a chance to say hello. It's a good chance to reset, though. This is game 3 of the Classic Doubles Shootout as part of the Bradley Open weekend here on Bowlstream TV. My name is Emil Williams, Jr. Please subscribe to the Bowlstream TV YouTube channel. Getting this schedule popping as best as we can
for 2022. And a good mix of high-level amateur and youth events at the moment. So I appreciate Jason Utchwall for continuing to have Bowlstream TV as the live streaming provider. Shout out to my man Craig Elliott, who certainly left this chair in great hands, or he left me with something great, I should say. And first time being at the Bradley. Been looking forward to it for a while. Looking forward to seeing the challenge in person. Chris Barnes is going to bowl for the first time tomorrow. First time Bradley participant. This is game 3, as we said. The format here for the doubles. Teams bowl 3 games. Mayberry gets an 8-pin out, bowl 3 games. Field is cut to the top 8, and we'll move on to bracket match play. It will be Baker style when we get to that point. Best 2 out of 3. Jason Utchwall actually gave me the prize fund for tonight as well. You know, normally they advertise $2 grand on top for first place. Today it's 3. So 3,000 to the winners tonight, 2,000 to the runner-ups, and semifinalists each will receive $1,500. All quarterfinalists tonight will receive $1,000. Load of cash today will be 20th place and will receive $300. Total prize fund of $18,520 here at the Classic Doubles Shootout. CG, if you have any info or to pass along, that sounds like an excellent idea. Pittsburgh Cup, there's a lot of great bowlers from that area too. My dad and used to bowl all the time. Pittsburgh. Of course, I was super young then and don't have any recollection of what he actually was bowling. But I know he went to Pittsburgh to bowl. That was always on the tournament list. Yeah, I'd love to check that out. Feel free to send me a note via Facebook or Twitter or Instagram. You can send me an email. EmilWilliamsJr@gmail.com. And very soon, I'll have an additional Bowlstream TV email to talk about as well. Let me write that down. In fact, I'm going to take a picture of it. I'm going to take a picture of your comment so I don't forget. Thank you for sharing that. So a couple of front sixes over on 33 and 34. That camera over there has been blocked basically for the entire time today. Might have to make a move and see what we can bring you over on that pair, especially for Linda. An early run here from Tom Hess has stopped. James Hiles, okay. All right. Good shot there.
Just a quick reminder for all bowlers, representation is going through. Please turn your score sheets in.
Quick announcement regarding score sheets and turn them in and as soon as you can, as soon as you get done bowling. That helps. It's hard for me to speculate at all at this point on who or which teams could make the top 8 because I literally have no clue.
at the moment, just because we don't have our standings in front of us yet. But just based on what I've seen in the nearby vicinity, you just saw the Litton family, Roddy and Donnie, put up a nice 567 in game 2. Tom Hess and Sean Rash, I believe they said they were about 200 over or close to it. And we've got several more. Stu and Dom. I think Tom Doherty and Sean Maldonado are bowling together, I think. Obviously, Jesper and Kyle Troop in front of us. They got some work to do. Well, good shot there for Kyle. I don't know if you watched, if you saw Kyle Troop's social media or you follow him. But you should if you aren't. But Troop been a part of Michelob Ultra commercial. He's involved in some capacity. I'm not sure exactly, but if you're doing some cool stuff on Instagram with some real brands, man, you're doing your thing. And shout out to Kyle, and really shout out to bowling as well, which is so important for the industry. For a minute, I thought you've probably seen the Michelob Ultra commercial with Peyton Manning. He's got Serena and Jimmy Butler. Oh, wait. Well, okay, we got shout-outs. Quick shout out to Lane Kelly watching. Taking requests like I'm doing the overnight jazz. You know, Lane. Shout out to Lane Kelly, courtesy of your husband Donovan Kelly. All right, so 33 and 34. Front seven has continued for Drew Spencer, I believe. Yep, Drew Spencer and Scott Matthews over on 33 and 34. So Drew with the front seven. Victor Varner trying to get to the front seven. There's Tom Hess. Let me give it a quick go here at 33 and 34. That's Victor there. And Victor now with the front seven as well. Try to get a little bit of 31 and 32 and whatever else we could get over there. No scoreboards there, but I'll keep giving you the, the radio call. Oh, we had some dead wood to be cleaned up here. That's what I was missing. Oh, that was interesting on 37. Right as Grandpa was into his delivery, but it didn't matter because Graham sends pins everywhere. Ryan's got a 5-bagger. He's continued on against Strike, open in the second 5-bagger. So a big game potentially brewing here for Victor and Ryan. And we could that certainly would like it, or they'd like it to be the case, not only for them, but several teams. Jesper looking like, what's going on here? Get me back on tour. What's the deal? If you recall, man, you remember Jalen Mosley, I think he was 16 at the 2016 USBC Masters. I think that was the right year, but he was making a lot of noise. Caused a ruckus that year. I think it was the 2017 Masters. It was him. It was the 2017 Masters, and at the time, Jalen was a 16-year-old high school sophomore. Or he bowled the 2017 Masters, I should say. He finished 36th. Think about junior gold. Tied for third place back in the U15 division at junior gold in 2015. But he made a lot of noise. As a 16-year-old at 2017 Masters in Vegas. It's been fun to watch his progress. Again, we won't know anything from a standings perspective until qualifying is complete. I will not be, of course, ending the stream by any means tonight. Or I should say after qualifying. We'll keep it live until the announcement is made. I'm going to move a camera or two during that process, and then we'll talk about, speculate on what the scores may be. Quick look at Victor. I keep missing Ryan. Oh, Ryan's up at the same time. All right, we'll get Ryan this time. And certainly not what Victor was expecting on that situation. Tom Hess. Bo Schenk. Here is Ryan Liederbach. Liederbach on a 5-bagger. The two-handed lefty. We'll see if Victor can make this. So Liederbach now with a 6-bagger. Still a front 8 on that pair as well. And Vic gave it a run. All right, back over to featured pairs here, or excuse me, with Jonathan Cummins, who lost in the semifinals in the Fairchild singles shootout this afternoon. He lost to Sean Rash, the eventual champion. Oh, hook ball. Wow, good shot.
Thanks to Jason Uchwall, tournament director here at what was I saying? Oh, yeah, Jason Uchwall. Appreciate him coming down and talking about lanes for the quarterfinals tonight, or the, I should say, the bracket. We'll have at least one quarterfinal match. I think we'll be able to get both semis set. And then, of course, the championship. Might be a weird angle or two for a couple. Ryan Liederbach has continued to strike over on 33 and 34. And Victor Varner back at it on the strike train as well. The man, the myth, and the legend is now joining me. My guy Brian Valenta. It's so good to see BV.
It's good to see you too, buddy.
I feel like I see him. I kind of like randomly probably when I like least expect to see you at places. I see you. But when I see you in the bowling center specifically, that really gets me excited because I always enjoy watching the bowl. That will never change, no matter how you feel about it. Just to let you know. But you already bowled today, so how did it go? What did you see out there?
Well, I mean, it was the house pattern. You know, a lot of strikes and all that. You know, it's
right.
But you know, you can throw it good and still get 9. I did that a lot. Well, I don't throw it that good anymore, but I still get 9. But no, you know, it's doubles. It's a sprint. It's a 3-game sprint. So any open is very hurtful.
Right.
No matter what it is. So you have no time to really catch up unless you throw some big bombs in there.
Shaffer Troop, he is looking at 279 max. We still got plenty of strikes to be thrown on 37 and 38, included by Tom Hess here, who can also max at 279. And trouble there for Sean Rash. BB, what's been up, man? What's been on the docket? Are we doing more bowling this year? What's up?
We don't know. Still hitting a lot of miles on the road, so
okay.
That hasn't changed. We're looking at some new stuff. Hopefully, you never know where I might pop up, but randomly show up in Louisville for a tournament. But Jerry asked me to bowl. I actually wasn't gonna bowl. I was just gonna bowl the tournament itself, and then Jerry got down here, and we said, why not? Let's have some fun. So, but other than that, just traveling and just watching a lot of PBA Tour stuff, and the women will be starting here shortly. So
sure enough, May 12th, actually. Someone asked me that in the chat too earlier. I will be covering the PWBA in some capacity, yes. Probably not the full schedule, just because there's going to be a stretch, I think, where there'll probably be like 2 weeks in Long Island. By the way, big shot there for Terrence Bright. But I will be involved, certainly, so I look forward to that.
You doing the majors? Or just whatever tournament is on the docket?
I will be I should be at both of those, yes. Both majors, for sure. Another good shot there for Graham Fine. Graham now with the front 8.
He throws it pretty good, doesn't he?
Well, he is he's made a change brand-wise. He's moved over to the Brands of Brunswick. Made the regional finals of the East region at the PBA Players Championship. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That's true. He did do that. He won it. And then made the finals of the major proper. Shot 279 as well. Finished 4th on the show. If there's ever a, oh wait, I think this is a photo situation right here.
Yeah, the three of us aren't usually in the same spot at
That's
the same
true.
time very often anymore.
Shout out to Daniel Ferris for capturing an historic moment. Someone asked me a question, or there was talk about modified house conditions, and like what modified actually means, and I felt like it could mean a lot. Like it could. I think the example they gave was add a few, units in the front or something along those lines. When you think modified house pattern, what do you think typically?
Typically, I mean, I believe it's usually going to be an extra load or two.
Okay.
So a little bit more. There's been a couple times it's been the other way around where they've made the pattern a little shorter, but sometimes they'll either add an extra load or they'll make it just a touch wider just to make sure they can have enough oil to get to whatever they're trying to do,
right.
So nobody is trying to throw it 30 feet down the lane. Don't know anybody that would try that or anything for that matter. So
I may know one person at least.
But, I mean, it's just usually just an extra load, maybe 2 or 3 depending on what they want to accomplish for the house. So
Executive putting in work. This is Liederbach, by the way. And 7-pin stands for Ryan. Victor did strike first shot in the 10th, so he is one away from getting into the 260s. He's on the right side of your screen. And then we'll head back to our featured pairs momentarily as looks like just about everyone near the 7th frame or more as far as the rest of the field is concerned. Tom Hess did strike off camera.
how about the resurgence of Tom Hess once he hit the 50 tour? How about that?
We were talking about had Chris Barnes in, and we were talking about that exact same thing. But of course, Chris has been on the runner-up end to a couple of those events from Tom, those dubs. It's great to see. Every time I see Tom and Sue, always a pleasure to talk to. I feel like Tom has had some unnecessary haters, and I know that happens to a lot of folks. And so I'm just happy for him, not that he's doing it to shut people up. But people can be quiet because he's putting in work.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely a change. You can see some of the changes. And I think a lot, like you said, a lot of those haters are to the fact that he's very passionate about the game. Yeah, everybody wants to win, and some people go maybe a little bit overboard, which Tom has been known to do, but it's not, for anger management of a lot of things. It's, his compassion and his will and of him wanting to win. And, everybody takes it differently. So.
Right.
But it's definitely great to see, and it was very good to see the year he had, the major he won. So
nice roll of the 2 for Jonathan Cummins. We got a semifinalist early in the singles. Ryan did shoot 239, by the way, Linda, along with Victor's 263. So a nice game on the end. And a weak 10 there for Kyle Troop. Are you bowling tomorrow?
I am bowling tomorrow.
Okay. I wanted to assume it, but you know, some people may have just come out to.
Yeah, I wouldn't come out to both 3 games though.
Okay, fair enough. All right.
But definitely on 39, we do have the front 10.
Yeah, I just saw that. And let's see if I can make out who that individual is. I think it's Zach Newman, maybe? Yeah, I believe that's Zach Newman. He's going to enter to the right of your screen there. The two-handed righty. And I'm going to give Zach some extra play here on Bowl Stream TV. I'm going to move the camera ever so slightly. See if we can capture his moment. Rare miss there for Jalen Mosley. All right, there's Zach Newman. Right at your screen.
It's got to go.
And there it is. No black clouds over here.
Nothing like dead flush for the 12th.
I'll take that every single time. All right, so you never know where that squad was. Zach was bowling, or is bowling, I should say, with Bailey Maverick.
And Bailey had 213 that game.
Seen a lot of games of 510, 520, and 560. We almost had a potential at 600 for a while. Game 2, that ended up being 567. Shake that off, though.
Yeah. I don't think anybody wants one of those.
Nice four-bagger here as we wrap things up on 35 and 36 from Terrence Bright. Donovan with a 10-pin to deal with. Man, Brian Valenta chatted up with me as we wrap up game 3.
I mean, but if you go down and look at the scores, you see a lot of big games with 250, 260, but their partners just not many. You know, partners are 210, 220.
I bowled a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, but I've bowled a few doubles events in my day, and
not with me.
Not with you. We should change that. That would mean I would have to bowl more, because you probably now bowl more than I do, which is, and I just started bowling league again just this year.
Well, I'm happy to see that, and I'm happy to hear that.
It's happening.
Good.
It's happening. I think we were just calculating it because I bowl, the league is on Sundays. Oh, that's a horrific break for Tom Hess. Wow. Good Lord. Opportunity.
I think he was hoping to get it off the spot a little harder than that.
Opportunity to get to 279. One hit gets you to 260. A spare gets you to 250, as we all know. And you get the ultimate penalty. See if he can bounce it. Hopefully Sean can double up here. That'll put him in the 2 teens. But it always, there's always someone's got to be the low person in a doubles set. You just hope it's not too low.
Especially when it's a strike contest like this, it's hard.
That's a rough break for Tom Hess. We'll see where that puts them, certainly. 245 for Tom.
Oh, wow. Not only did he not get the blower 7, he almost got the 10 into the 7, too.
And just 10 back there for Graham Fa. Looking around, there's not going to be a lot of bowling around us. So we're going to reach that kind of weird moment to where I'll try to find something just to kind of point the camera at so you can look at a little bowling while everyone finishes up and the cut number is tallied. Looks like 41 and 42 might be the best bet in that scenario. A number of folks watching here on Bowl Stream TV. If you haven't already, I invite you to subscribe, hit the thumbs up as well. Turn those notifications on so you can see every time we go live, which will be a lot certainly between the next 2 days, starting with qualifying of the Bradley Open tomorrow morning. A squad, then B squad at 12:30 p.m., A squad at 8 a.m. Eastern.
That's too early, man.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that, too, by the way.
I know
For the record.
I know it's a long time ago, but I think we still had the issue of, even in college, we never bowled before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, those were the days.
Except for we did start at 8 o'clock in the morning.
It just doesn't happen very often anymore. Man, there were a few events that were like Atlanta was like a 7:30.
Yeah.
Just that horrific.
I think it was Atlanta and the second day of the Hoinky.
Oh, yes, you're right. Yeah.
That always seemed to be a very early Sunday morning. But that was a long time ago. I haven't paid attention too much to college starts anymore.
I think they're about the same, to be honest. Maybe there's a few more events now that perhaps might be that might start as early, or I don't think anyone's starting earlier than a 7:30 practice. I don't think. And if so, God bless those student athletes.
Exactly.
Because I may not have made it.
How you doing, sir? Nice finish.
I may not have made it.
There's a lot of us that probably wouldn't have made it. And not for bad reasons, just for the fact that some of us did not like to get up that early in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no doubt. We can tell a lot of stories about wanting to remain asleep. And Atlanta really comes to mind because, and the blue and gold used to also start early. As you see, everyone done on our featured pairs, by the way. So moved on to 41 and 42, 43 and 44, just the nearest bowling, so we can see as we wrap up game number 3 and await the scores to be tallied. So we got several minutes before we even get to that point. So I appreciate Brian Valenta joining me right now. Bowling, give me some bowling goals for you right now, BB. Obviously, you got work going on. You bowl when you can. And so for you, kind of where are the bowling goals, or have you even said or thought about goals for that matter as well?
Not at this moment. Right
Okay.
now, I'm just trying to enjoy it. So I do a lot of team events, a lot of doubles events. Me personally, I'm not a fan of bowling singles anymore.
Okay.
So until my mental game can be more on point, because the guys are getting better. The younger guys coming out of college are phenomenal. Like, and
Got
then,
that right.
Some people, life happen, things happen, and so it's just going out there. I enjoy bowling with doubles. I did the holiday doubles with Jerry. Bowled today with him. Doubles is fun to me. Trios, team, stuff like that. It just so happened that the Bradley was here, and I haven't bowled the Bradley. The last time I bowled the Bradley was still in Lexington, so it's been a while.
How about that? Okay.
Yeah. So it was like, let's come bowl, have a little fun. Let's see what happens, and I always like coming to Louisville, anyways. I mean, bowling wise, and for other historical reasons of Kentucky.
Yeah, you like. I believe you like the thoroughbreds.
I like both of them. My grandfather owned the harness racers, which now they're building another track in southern Kentucky, and my stepdad and family owned the thoroughbreds. So I got a mixture of both of them in my life. So, and we actually have one running Sunday. Actually,
Really?
Yeah. My mom's going to the track for the first time in years.
Here?
Down in Tampa.
Okay.
So, but just small stuff, but stuff I'm not involved in too much. with that stuff. So, but you know, I always like coming here, and like you said, Mr. Farish came over and took a picture. You know, see some old friends and new faces and with some places, and the quality of bowling is getting a lot better.
For those of you listening, of course, still and watching, Brian Valenta, and you listen to him now, and he's, you know, talking, and yeah, I'm just trying to enjoy it. And I feel him on that because I've gone through that, still kind of going through it, and I'm starting to get back into it and enjoy it. Because I bowl league on Sundays, I'm now like missing the majority of the season for a lot of weekend events for work-related items. So once I kind of develop a rhythm, then I miss like 3 weeks in a row, and so everything's thrown off, and I'm a reps kind of guy. I need to practice. But Brian Valenta, it's safe to say, was one of the best bowlers, certainly one of the best youth players, arguably the best collegiate player. I'm not saying that because he was my teammate, and I'm not saying that because he is a friend. I'm just telling you the facts. If you got a chance to see him, then you were in for a treat. I can tell you that.
Well, I do appreciate that very much, but we've all know that Mr. Bill O'Neill might be the greatest college bowler ever.
That was an interesting conversation. COVID kind of put a terrible drubbing on that, but I think at the convention that year there was supposed to be a celebration of the best college bowlers ever. There was like a poll, and they kind of voted on it. It was like for individuals who had been named a first-team All-American all 4 years. And so it brought up a really good conversation. I don't know if it happened in 21, but it was supposed to go down. Nonetheless, that is always an interesting conversation because there's a lot of names that typically come up, both men and women.
Absolutely. I mean, you can go to the Wichita program, you know, Healy.
Of course.
Barnes. You have O'Neill. And the one that kind of gets forgotten, but we know, would be PJ Haggerty.
Absolutely.
Who was absolutely phenomenal in college. I mean, and then on the women's side, I mean, we grew up with Stephanie Johnson. And, you know, she was number one for a long time. And she still is. I still think she's still one of the very top players. So I've had the pleasure of getting beaten by her, and so have a lot of other people for a long time and still do. So, but, you know, you have Missy Parkin. I mean, you have all these women. I mean, you had to run through the college programs, and, you know, I think that would be actually a very good a talking point to find, you know, what's the poll of what people think about, you know, who is the best or who are one of the top bowlers. But I do appreciate you talking about me, though.
Well, I mean, I'm just letting the people know. They may not know. YouTube them. There'd probably be something about Loft that would pop up, but.
No.
Looking down on the low end, it looks like everyone is almost complete.
I think 21, 22, 27, 28.
So if you need to take a moment, get some additional dinner, maybe the late night snack at this point as we're approaching 10 p.m. Eastern time, 9 p.m. Central. This is the best time to do that. I am not going to stop this stream. We'll keep it live until the cut announcement is made. And then obviously roll into the top 8. But once qualifying is complete, I'm going to move a camera at least to set up for a quarterfinal match. We'll have one on 39 and 40 for sure, so I'll be doing that during the break as well.
The gentleman in the chat said it's going to be a long weekend for you.
Bluegrass, yes it will. Yes, it will. Looking forward to it in that capacity. It's part of the job.
You'll have some special guests, I'm pretty sure, stop by and do a little talking.
We'll have a few guests on. I already put the word out. Even tonight, you know, Chris was available. You're available.
Oh, I just wanted to stop by and see you, buddy.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. I put you to work.
This ain't work. This is fun. Like I said, a lot of things have changed, man. It's easy to sit here, sit next to one of my best friends, and just talk bowling.
That is, well, you put it in that kind of perspective. I like that. I like that a lot. So does Ryan Reed, by the way.
Nothing wrong with Mr. Reed.
Shout out to Ryan Reed in the chat. I appreciate you, Ryan. Always supporting.
I think he got a lot of support from us old guys.
Yeah, we've moved up in the world. Well,
You have.
age-wise, I'm speaking of.
And by the way, Mr. Vern, I know it's been a long time. I hope just saying hi. Hope you're coming up this weekend. Maybe I'll get to see you.
Over on the high end, we're watching 41 and 42 wrap things up here. 43 and 44 are in the 10th frame, and there's still some bowling to do on 45 and 46.
On 43 and 44, you got a couple guys stringing them. What, 6-bagger, 4-bagger, 5-bagger, and I don't know what their partners are doing. I see a couple of red circles though.
I'll try to maneuver our way to 43 and 44 again, just so you can have some resemblance of bowling still going on. The good news is there won't be, and this is me not being a tournament director, but since the majority has completed, I think by the time these remaining pairs do get finished, the time between entering those final scores and the time between the start of the top 8 probably won't be too long, just because they've probably had an opportunity to get the majority of the field inputted into from the results perspective.
Yeah, on the lower end, we had a lot more teams, lower to mids that had only 3 teams on a pair. So some of these guys that have been slow, that are still bowling, they have 4. So, you know, some people had to wait a little bit for their move. So, and then you don't know who's been having a little bit of the drink. So.
Well said.
Just honest.
CG, that's a good question. Who had the best rookie year? I'm assuming is that more of a general, like in our opinions, who we thought maybe had the best rookie years? But Brian Valenta had one because he won Rookie of the Year, so that would count. I'd have to go back through the list. In fact, let's do it. Let's take a look at.
I had a good start to that season,
though. Who won Rookies of the Years, respectively? As we reminisce while we wait for bowling to complete and get a cut number. Let's see. Well, we talked about best bowlers. Let's just start with 1988 when it looks like the first award was given. And names that many would know: Chris Viali, Chris Soule, Dave Carter, David Garber. This is starting with 88. John Murph, Bill Hoffman. My man Joe C., we all affectionately call him when we're talking about TV shows. Joe C. works a lot in the truck, but that is Joe Ciccone. He won a Rookie of the Year collegiately, of course, and on the PBA Tour. Jeff Hartsfield, Ryan Kretschner, Brian Wallachek, John Asbeatty, Eddie Kirtley, Mike Ramoklis. That's someone who could bowl. Scott Norton could bowl too. Jeff Butler, TJ Minto, Brian Valenta. This is 2004 now. Ryan Simonelli. I talked to Ryan actually about some college stuff earlier today. Ronnie Sparks Jr., Matt O'Grady, Chris Bartle, Larry Brand, Mark Scudery, Charles Easton, Marshall Kent, Kyle King, Andrew Anderson. I'm going to be honest, I forgot Andrew Anderson won that award. At Davenport at that time, Michael Coffey, Nick Devlin, Andrew Lester, Alex Glinsky, Robert Kickmall, Kevin McCune, who, if you watched the U.S. Open last week, think you learned a little bit about Kevin McCune.
He doesn't throw it hard at all. I don't know if it's just like maybe in the family. I think he's trying to soften up a little bit.
Man, he's going to be special. A.J. Woolston won the Rookie of the Year on the men's side in 2021. I had a chance to actually meet A.J. at an event, I believe it was the TNBA Eastern Rodman. That is John Freeman, actually, who we're watching now. And John is in the 10th frame. So this pair is going to be done. I think this is the last pair to complete.
I believe it is as well. But just those list of names that you gave, if you go, if everyone kind of pays attention a little bit, those are some of the best amateurs that ever bowl. Most of them have gone on to bowl for Team USA at some point. Most of them. But that's a pretty impressive list of Rookies of the Year.
And then on the women's side, again from 1988, and then there may be a few maiden names here that people may have forgotten, so keep that in mind. Dion Lee, Kim Burke, Kim Wong, Sandy Euchre, Lori Ross, Liz Johnson, that's in 93. Jody Ellis. If that's the same Jody Ellis who went on to bowl on tour and recently returned to the PWBA tour, which was pretty cool as well. Aaron McDonald, Kelly Rapp, Tammy Schmidt, Robin Crawford, or Robin Orlikowski, for example, talking about maiden names. Stacy Bokina, Crystal Scott, now Crystal Wilson. Shannon Pluhowski, who might be the best collegiate bowler of all time.
I'm not going to disagree.
She would have a very strong case, not only for women, but she would have a strong case for best college bowler, period. Emily Hampson, Tina Stickney, shout out to Stu. That is now Tina Williams, for example. Alicia Current, Kayla Bandy, Carrie Smith. All three of those players, Alicia, Kaylee, and Carrie, often bowl on the PWBA Tour. Jamie Foster has been talked about often recently, been seeing just in certain groups about two-handed bowling on the women's side. And she was one of the first players that we saw, we as in, I would say, the general public, not only to throw it good, but throw it great. Ashley Galante, Liz Seibel, Jazriel Tan, Diana Zavyalova, Tara Ernst, Sabrina Divis, Brittany Smith, Sydney Brummett, Emily Notbart, Abigail Ragsdale or Abby Ragsdale, Jenna Lemke, Madison Stifler, Ira Amanudin, and Christina Cato. So a lot of historical names and names that you certainly are familiar with on the women's side as well.
And most of them are bowling the women's tour as well.
Yep.
So. And I think we're down to the last. Well, that's it.
That was it. That was the final shot. That was, and I think that was 279 right there on the end too. That always helps.
270 or 260. I'm gonna guess 270.
It's because you see the graphic up there, right?
The graphic says 275. I'm gonna guess 279.
All right, folks. So we know at this point bowling is complete. Players need to run up, turn in their score sheets, and then the tournament staff, of course, will be calculating, entering the numbers to make sure we get these accurate counts, and then we'll be back at it here pretty soon. Just so you know, I'll reiterate the payout for tonight. First place, $3,000. Of course, more than the guaranteed $2,000. Runner-up will get $2,000 today. Semifinalists, so those losing in the semifinal round will receive $1,500. Those losing in the quarterfinals will receive $1,000 per team. That's 4 spots. The load of cash is 20th. That'll get you $300. 9th place, just outside of the top 8, gets you $900 today. So again, shout out to the tournament staff here, Jason Utchwald, Doug, Justin, and everybody involved there. Family for Jason and crew, his wife, children all here helping out and doing what they can, certainly. Shout out to the sponsors, Classic Products,
sponsoring the Classic Doubles Shootout High Five gear this morning, sponsoring the Fairchild Single Shootout, and of course Motiv, QubicaAMF, 7 Leaf, creating the difference, and everyone involved here locally. All right, so I'm going to take this opportunity to move a camera to 39 and 40. That's where we'll have we'll have one quarterfinal match there for sure. And then they'll move closer to where we are when we get to the semifinals, as well as the championship. So don't go away. Keep us on in the background. Don't turn it off. I'm not going anywhere. I promise you that. There's one place I'm not going or leaving often. It's going to be Executive Strike and Spare this week.
You just want a cot in the back?
It'll be that you know, people we joke about that a lot, right? But tonight, or I should say this weekend, actually might be a really good idea for that. That way, I'm here literally every day. I don't got to worry about it. We talked about getting up early in our previous conversation. I wouldn't have to worry about it. I am nearby, though, across the street. Shout out to the Hilton Properties, too. Gave us some very nice deals this week for tournament bowlers. So shout out to the Hilton Properties just down the way here. If you're unfamiliar with Executive and where it's placed, it's across the street from like a Crown Plaza, for example. To the left of the bowling center is the Kentucky Fairgrounds and Expo Center, or Exposition Center. And then there's a strip of hotels. Shout out to Hilton again. And then the airport is like, you know, like a 2-minute drive, if you will. I don't even know if it's 2 minutes. So it's from that vantage point, strategically placed. And then also, I don't know the name of the Six Flags here in Kentucky.
It's Six Flags Kentucky Kingdom.
Kentucky Kingdom is literally behind the bowling center. Yeah. So there's a lot going on in this little area, and so we appreciate everybody for hanging out. BV, any final words or thoughts, just in case I don't see you or talk to you before?
Well, it was good seeing you again, as always.
What squad do you bowl?
I'm going to bowl B squad.
Oh, well, this guy, he's going to be watching in the morning. He's gonna be waking up.
I was going to bowl A, but then we decided to bowl, and I need as much recovery time for at least bowling 3 games as
I think
possible.
that probably was a good idea. You were smart for doing that.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's bowling. It's 5 games. You bowled. You know, you're only, the good thing about the qualifying part is you're only bowling your squad. You don't have to. You know, the first 5 games.
That's true. Top 50. We'll move on from each squad, and then we'll have a re-entry or Desperado squad after the B squad, and then they'll have 8 additional players. Those are the current numbers. So before the advancers round tomorrow night. All right, so I'm going to go move a camera over to 39 and 40. You see the cut announcement is next.
Thank you very much, buddy.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a small break. BV's leaving me. I'll be back. Appreciate Chris Barnes for hopping in as well. Don't you good folks go anywhere. Get your popcorn ready. Come on back. This is Bowl Stream TV.
bowlers, if you have not turned in your score sheet yet, please bring it down to the Derby office.
attention bowlers, please make for sure you do turn in your score sheets. We're still missing a few.
What's up, man?
Just a quick update, folks. Here to tell you that I think they're close. There's a few teams that didn't turn in score sheets, which always holds up the process. So apologize for the delay, but I appreciate everyone who has stuck around, and I certainly hope you would, considering that we've got some champions to crown. That's a great question, Triple X. I know that Chris, I don't know this, but I have a feeling Chris is going to join me at some point this weekend because we chatted about that earlier. And so when he is free, it may not be tonight because he might be bowling, which I hope that he is. So I'm going to go sneak down to the tournament office real quick, see what they think as far as what the number could be. I'm going to come back and report. I've got 39 and 40 set up. At least I think I do. And we'll be ready to rock and roll when it's time. All right, let me go check out some things.
Eric Lightheart or Jason Branham, if you're still in the building, please turn your score sheet in down to the Derby office. Go to the tournament office with your score sheet.
sorry for your wait. We had some bowlers that had not turned in their score sheets. All right. I'm not going to read off all the people that cashed, but loaded cash was 14-15. Loaded cash is 14-15. To make top 8, your cut was Byron Halen and Zeke Bate at 14-61. All right. Now, to get everybody on their lanes, your number 1 seed is Kyle Mayberry, Graham Falk with 1564. Bowling your 8th seed, Islands and Bate with 1461 on 27 and 28. Mayberry and Falk, Helen and Bate, 27 and 28. Your number 2 seed, Brian Robinson and Sam Cooley with 1528. For bowling number 7 seed, Terrence Bright and Donovan Kelly on 43 and 44. 3 seed, Kim Bowlby and Chad Roberts. Bowling 6 seed, Tom Doherty, Sean Maldonado on 39 and 40. 4 seed, Tommy Jones and DJ Archer. Bowling 5 seed, Ryan Simonelli and Jacob Buttrick on 31 and 32. Again, your load to cash is 14-15. Anyone that falls in that line, you can see the tournament office for your checks. He's working on those now. Okay, bowlers. For the top 8 teams advancing to the bracket format final, you will bowl a best 2 out of 3 Baker style match, with the winning team advancing to the next round. This process will continue until the Classic Doubles Shootout Champions are crowned. You will have 5 minutes of practice.
Okay, folks, you may have heard some of that noise. That was Justin giving the score, or scores, I beg your pardon.
Okay, it looks like bowlers are down on their lanes now.
So the top seed,
You guys started for your 5 minutes of practice.
the team of Kyle Mayberry and Graham Fogg with 1564. Brian Robinson and Sam Cooley were second with 1528. Kim Bowlby, and Chad Roberts were third at 1495. Tommy Jones and DJ Archer fourth at 1483. Ryan Simonelli and Jacob Butcher fifth at 1481. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm on the wrong shot. There we go. Tom Doherty and Sean Maldonado were sixth at 1474. Terrence Bright and Donovan Kelly, 1462 and seventh. And in eighth, Brian Halen and Zeke Bate at 1461. And just outside, Nick Pate and Kevin Williams at 1454. and 20 spots. Loaded cash tonight, 20th, and that was 14-15. Thomas Larson and Tim Stampy. All right, so we'll have Doherty and Maldonado. The 6 seed taking on the 3 seed, Bowlby and Roberts, here on 39 and 40. We'll take a peek over at 33 and 34. Archer and Jones versus Simonelli and Buttriff. And then after this round, semifinals will be on 33 and 34, along with 37 and 38. We'll make some changes for that. 35 and 36 will be the championship finals. All right, a couple minutes left to practice. Back with you in a moment.
This is just a reminder, the higher seed does get choice of starting lane. And you will rotate each game.
All right, as we begin things here again, Buttriff, Simonelli versus Jones and Archer. And then we'll have Tom Doherty, Sean Maldonado versus Kim Bowlby and Chad Roberts. And let's take a look at Maldy right now. It is Baker style. Best 2 out of 3 Baker.
Ryan, wait. You just won one leg?
Traditional Baker, by the way. Some of the players getting confused. So in traditional Baker, if you may not be familiar, in this case, since it's doubles, the players of each respective team will flip-flop frames. Someone will decide who's going to bowl the 10th frame. That'll be probably the most important decision in that regard. But they'll stay on one lane, and then they'll, of course, switch after game number 1, switch back if there's a necessary game 3. I hear someone asking about scores. So let me try to post those for you here on Facebook. I'll try to post it on the Bowl Stream, or I will post it on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page. Let's see. There's no good way to handle, just because there are a lot of names on these sheets. A lot of players, of course, in squads. So having said that, I think this will be serviceable for now. So let me post that on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page so you can see. I'm only going to give you like to the top 24 or 5, just because it's an easier read in that manner. Again, best 2 of 3. Actually, this one goes down to kind of 33rd. You can see 33rd place. Right now, as I say, Roberts and Bowlby making them look pretty simple so far. They look to be in an early rhythm. I can't believe it's already 10:50 Eastern time, that is. It's a good day when it goes by pretty quickly. At this rate,
Roberts and Bowlby will have game one. And a bit of a different scenario, as that game is pretty close. Game one, that is, between Archer, Jones, Buttroff, Simonelli. And in fact, let's take a look at that. Again, teams will switch lanes after each game in accordance to what is traditional Baker play. All right, still an opportunity there for Maldonado and Doherty. If Sean can double up here. And some trouble there. So let's take a look at, here's Tommy Jones. Jacob Buttroff just left a 6-pin. And Tommy, wow, carries the 4-9. So right now that puts Jones and Archer in the 220s. And that'll do it. No, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. No, that's right. So that strike right there just put Jacob and Simonelli to 215. Jones and Archer are already in the 220s, and they're going to take game one. Apologies for the no scoreboard on that particular pair, but it would have been a very rough angle to grab for you. All right, Bowlby and Roberts are going to get game one here. All right, scores are posted on the Bowl TV Facebook page. Again, other matches, and on 27 and 28, Kyle Mayberry and Graham Fa, the 1 seed, taking on Brian Halen and Zeke Bate, the 8 seed. And the 2 seed, Brian Robinson and Sam Cooley, on 43 and 44, taking on Donovan Bright. Oh, I'm sorry, Terrence Bright and Donovan Kelly. All right, this one's in hand. Let's go back to Jones Archer, Buttroff, Simonelli. First team to two wins, that is, will move on. Strike, spare, double for Buttroff and Simonelli. Double 9 spare for Jones and Archer as Tommy steps up here in the 4th ring. Simonelli got a chance to jump on this one. Officially 214-180. For Bowlby Roberts to get game one. possibly still in game one, but I'm not sure. Cooley, Robinson, Bright, and Donovan down on 43 and 44. Boy, Buttriff, Simonelli. Excellent start. They've gone strike spare now, 4-bagger. See if Simonelli can keep it going here. That's 5 in a row for that squad, trying to even up things at 1 apiece. The 4-pin here for Tommy. Paragon looking pretty good there for Jacob Buttriff. One thing about Baker that could be a great thing or a bad thing potentially for, depending on how it's going for you. But if you're striking in Baker, you're typically going to go fast because you want to stay in rhythm. And that's what's happening right now with Ryan Simonelli and Jacob Buttriff. They're already in the 10th frame. This is going to be the 10th frame for this squad here. And so with the 10-pin here for Buttriff, if he makes it, they win. If he misses, they shoot 247. Jones and Archer could have struck out for 248. He made it. That one's over, and that was a quick game too. All right, back over to Roberts, Molaby, Maldonado, and Doherty, and we're all tied. Yes, actually, Park Point. I did post the single scores on the Bullstream TV Facebook page as well. From earlier this afternoon. Beef from Barnsey, yeah. Cut number, the cash number is 1415. 1415. That is 20th. Cut to the top 8. Again, 1461. We should have a very good game 3 between again, Jones, Archer, Buttriff, Simonelli. Take it there after the conclusion of this game. Where there is still much to be determined. And Maldonado just left a 4-10 in the 9th.
Adam, I wouldn't be saying that. Cut. C-U-T. I don't believe the scores have been posted anywhere else, but I did post them on the Bowl Stream TV Facebook page. To try to help the masses here a little bit. Open there for Maldy in the 9th. And the open in the 9th for Bowleby and Roberts as well. And that'll do it. Just one pin now for TD. Boy, Chad Roberts had a chance to put the hammer down there and move that squad on to the semifinals. All right, so that one's 1-1. This one is 1-1. I think these two teams bowling the fastest of anybody, but I can't tell what's happening down on 43 and 44. I don't know if they're in game 2 at this point or game 3. I do know that Robinson and Cooley have started with a 4-bagger in this particular game. Score situation here after the Simonelli strike, double 9-spare 3-bagger. That was the 6-frame shot from Simonelli. 3-bagger, 9-spare, and oh, DJ Archer gets one on the Brooklyn side. So 3-bagger, 9-spare, 3-bagger for Archer and Jones. We've got ourselves a situation. This one could go down to a roll-off. I don't know if there's going to be a roll-off, though. We'd have to check the rules. Let's do that just in case. Let's see. Only see rules for. I'll have to check with Jason. If there is indeed a tie in game 3, like if this was college bowling, you'd go to another game. So it could be the same here. Oh, wow. An ultimate penalty there. Now Butcher of 9th frame. Wafted out a little bit. So this pair is going to be done first. DJ gets one. Only can get to 242. And Simonelli. Let's put the nail in. Okay. Got enough count. 8 is good. So, by my counting standards here, they've already got 43. Near disaster, but it is avoided. And Simonelli and Buttriff will move on. Tommy Jones and DJ Archer will be eliminated. And Buttriff and Simonelli will move on to face
They will face the winner of the Graham Fa, Kyle Mayberry, Brian Halen, Zeke Bate match on 33 and 34. 245 to 242 officially. Strikes galore here as well. This one's going to go fast. Going so fast each that we'll be going to some extreme angles to get you the matches on each end. Spare 5-bagger for Roberts and Bowlby. Make it a 6-bagger. Big shot there for Chad in the 7th. Maldonado with a 10-pin to deal with here in the 7th frame. Again, 4-bagger, 9 spare, strike, and now 9 spare. As we know, still plenty of frames to decide what's going to take place here. But you can see the rhythm. Good shot, wrap 10. And Roberts and Bowlby inching closer to advancing. They will face the winner of the Cooley, Robinson, Bright, and Donovan match on 37 and 38. Todd, appreciate you tuning in, coming back. Live from Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. The Classic Doubles Shootout as part of the Bradley Open weekend. Earlier today, we had the Fairchild Single Shootout sponsored by High Five Gear. And tomorrow, of course, the main event will begin. A-Squad qualifying bright and early. If you are unfamiliar with the Bradley, please be prepared for not the amount of strikes that you're seeing right now. That is for sure. All right, Kim Bowlby, Chad Roberts. Mathematically now defeat Tom Doherty and Sean Maldonado. Their next match will take place on 37 and 38. And again, against the winners between, or the winner of the Sam Cooley, Brian Robinson, Terrence Bright, Donovan Kelly match. I'm gonna go see if, oh no, they're in the 10th frame there, Light and Kelly, or Bright and Kelly, excuse me. I see Donovan just shook hands with Brian Robinson. With a bit of a disappointed look, so I think those two may not be advancing at the moment. And it looks like after 5 or 6 consecutive 9 spares down on the end, Graham Fa and Paul Mayberry had a 4-bagger. Interesting matchup there. That one looks very close. Graham Fa just left a split. I believe it was in the 10th frame. It's possible Zeke Bate may have a chance to win this match. All right, I'm gonna go change some cameras here. Keep the questions coming, I'll do my best to answer them.
I would say just ask Jason.
He ran that way.
I have no idea. They didn't tell us. We just figured.
All right, bowlers.
At this point.
Advancing your 8th seed, Helen and Bake will be bowling on 33 and 34 against 5 seed Simonelli and Buttrick. You guys will get 2 balls each on each lane. Also advancing your 3 seed Bowlby and Roberts and your 2 seed Robinson and Cooley on 37 and 38. So Robinson and Cooley and Simonelli and Buttrick, you guys will have lane decision. Continues best 2 out of 3. You will get, again, 2 balls of practice each on each lane. Good luck with your bowling.
right, folks, back with you. Semifinals, 37 and 38, Brian Robinson, Sam Cooley, the number 2 seed, versus Kim Bowlby and Chad Robert, the number 3 seed. Then on 33 and 34, Ryan Simonelli, Jacob Buttroff, the number 5 seed, taking on the 8 seed, Brian Halen and Zeke Bate. Again, Baker style, best 2 out of 3. See if I missed any questions. Semifinals championship match will take place on 35 and 36. Well, nice break there for Brian Robinson. My name is Emil Williams Jr., by the way, in case anyone needs it. Or someone could have been just trying to be funny. We had someone, well, not intentionally. At least I don't think it was this morning. But someone did think I was Mike. But while you're here, Jonathan, please hit the subscribe button to Bowlstream TV. Appreciate you. I know we had a lot of questions as this one began regarding standings and results, and I posted the qualifying results to the Bowlstream TV Facebook page, at least so you can have an idea. Top 8 seeds moved on to the bracket style finals. This is where we are now. Baker style, best 2 out of 3. Sam Cooley, a favorite of my man Aaron Smith. We were talking about him during the U.S. Open. Bowlby wraps at 7. Bit of a brief delay, actually, on 33 and 34. So because of that, I'll wait a little minute before we can make the switch. Brian Robinson, no love on the 10. Well, the rhythm is seemed to go away just a little bit here. Big shot there for Buttroff, though. He enjoyed that one. This is Brian Halen. Brian Halen had a nice U.S. Open, making match play. Former McKendree standout. Halen finished 21st. And speaking of Brian Halen at the U.S. Open, and mean 9-pin. All right, after this Zeke bait shot, we're going to go back to 37 and, well, let's see. Oh, maybe not. Bowlby and Roberts are going to win game number 1. They're in the 250s. Best Brian and Sam can do is get to 227. So keep it here for a minute. Score will be back in just 1 second. I didn't like how it looked. We're on an angle, but it could have been better. So I tried to make it better. Final shot here for Jacob. They'll be in the 250s. New game for Robinson Cooley as Brian Robinson starts things on 37 and 38. All right, these squads will switch lanes. And we will make a switch as well. Again, championship coming up on 35 and 36. Good question there, Sydney. In a competitive sense, I would say that I'm definitely not ready to bowl at Bradley. In fact, the first time I bowled anything competitive, and that includes league, has been this season in 3 years. I actually think it's 4 seasons. I was just doing a find a member thing the other day for something. And the last league I bowled before this year was the 17-18 season. But after college, yeah, I didn't bowl competitively. I bowled way more leagues, and I was still active and still ready to bowl. But I was also actively seeking the other side of being a professional.
I was actively trying to seek out my broadcast career, so that bowling kind of took a back seat. I knew it would always be there, so to speak. What I didn't really think about, though, was, and I'll stop talking about myself in a minute, you know, those prime young years where you can just bowl and practice all day and all night, be in the bowling center all night, and be in the bowling alley all day and all that. That goes by pretty quick. So when you have that opportunity, I suggest that you take advantage of it, because life happens pretty quickly after that. Next shot. Sam Cooley is just really good at bowling. All right, the Bowlby 10 pin here. Let's see where Zeke Bate is playing. Is he getting a little funky on 33 and 34? A couple of odd leaves for both the lefties and the righties here. But Butters like that one. I saw someone ask about Zeke and his brand of equipment. I cannot answer that question, except to say that he is wearing a Motiv shirt and looks to be throwing at least one Motiv bowling ball. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. By the way, Chad Roberts just left an 8-10, but thankfully we weren't on the camera on his lanes at that particular moment. So he's been spared. Maybe I'll get him to buy me some dinner for that or something. Let's see if he makes it, though. He will not. Oh, wow. Chop 6-10 here. All right, back to Bate. Well, they're starting to hook a little bit on that pair. Semifinals, the championship set to begin. Immediately following, it'll be on 35 and 36. Question about EJ. I have not seen EJ Tackett. I don't know if he's not bowling tomorrow yet, though.
Where's the views? How many people saw Chad 810? 370.
All right, so we'll wait before going back to 37 and 38. Now I really wish I got Chad's 8-10. Dan Higgins over trying to figure out how many people may have seen him leave an 8-10. The views might have gone up. Zeke Bate making a ball change here. That looked to be a smart move.
Oh, big messenger there, getting the 7. On the Brian Robinson. Very close match here. As I was talking to Justin and getting some quick updates here, Jacob Buttroff just opened in the 10th frame. He left a 3-6-9-10, and so Zeke Bate now a chance, and there it is. To win the match, or win that game, I beg your pardon, and even things up, and that's exactly what happened. And Bate, who made a ball change a couple of frames ago, left a 9-pin his last time up. Gets it done, first shot in the 10th frame. All right. Zeke made the jump, found the right ball, and that could be trouble for the lefties, Buttroff and Simonelli. Meanwhile, Chad Roberts wraps another 10-pin, 7-10 for Brian Robinson. And what right now is a 10-pin match. They'll make it on Bowlstream TV. $194-179, 1-1, as Halen and Bate, the 8th seed, even up the match versus the number 4 seed Ryan Simonelli and Jacob Buttroff. But again, here on 37 and 38, Sam Cooley, best they can do now is get to 202 with Bowleby and yes, Chad Bowleby, or Kim Bowleby and Chad Roberts up 1-0. Oh my, that hooked a ton. Didn't get the 7 out. What can Bowleby do here? A strike would do it. Potentially. You need some more help, but 10-pin. And so now, the strike would have helped from a count perspective, would have given them the extra pin needed. So a strike and spare would have given them 193 in that situation. Well, it could come down to fill shots if Bowleby makes this spare. And he does. Simply put, Sam Cooley is going to go first. Kim Bowleby will watch. Cooley strikes. Bowleby will have to strike, obviously, to tie. Any non-strike, though. Oh, he walked that one out and loved it. So Bowleby, a strike to tie. And both of these teams will be at a
game and a half, or sorry, a game and a half to a half. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh.
What do we do?
Yeah, the game's at half, so it could be 4 games.
Who's got the half?
We have the half.
If you guys win the next game, you tie the ball game 4.
Okay. All right.
All right, so it's a game and a half to a half a game. Interesting. Nonetheless, that's what we just talked about.
Each take a half a point, so there could be 4 games.
Again, so it's a game and a half to a half. Since no one has technically gotten to 2 games, if Brian Robinson and Sam Cooley win this game, we'd go to a game 4. Of course, each team would then be tied at 1.5 apiece. So just to keep that in mind. Will be a past champion here at the Bradley Open. Bowlby has finished first and second. There are some multi-time champions in the history of the Bradley Open. Of course, again, that officially begins tomorrow morning. $3,000 to the winner today here in the Classic Doubles Shootout. And the lefties starting to put a run together here. 5 out of the first 6. Just 1 strike so far for the team of Bate and Halen. Make it a double. Make that 6 out of 7. We'll take it back to our other semifinal here in just a second. But some momentum building here. Kim Bowlby, just off camera, took care of the 3-7. That might be the lane for Bowlby. Bate and Halen not going away. There's another 8-pin, by the way, from Chad Roberts. You see where that match is, just in the 5th frame. Big shot here for Halen. Oh, he crossed over. That's a 5-bagger for this group. They've been mounting comebacks all night. Coming back to defeat the top seed, Kyle Mayberry and Graham Fa. That is the situation right now. Zeke Bate can strike out and get to 242. Simonelli, Buttroff. Simonelli will step up in the 10th momentarily. He can max that 243 for the squad with all 3 in the 10th, but it depends on what Zeke Bate's going to do. He gets the first. Wow, this is coming down to it again. All tied at 1 apiece. And now a 6-pin there for Simonelli. And Zeke Bate, Brian Halen again can come up and take a game, in this case, the match. Here it is. Oh my goodness. Wow, Zeke Bate, Brian Halen, they're going to the finals. Zeke Bate has been putting in work in 10th frames here late. Brian Halen putting in work. And the 8th seed, ladies and gentlemen, are going to the finals. And that'll do it. 240 officially to 232. Who will they face? Right now it's looking like Roberts and Bowleby. Split in the 7th from Brian Robinson. Best they can do is get to 215 at this point. The big shot there for Cooley in the 8th. Oh, this one's over.
There was a pin in the gunner.
Didn't see the additional strikes there in the 8th and 9th for Bowleby and Roberts. And there you have it. It's going to be the 3 versus the 8 seed. It'll be 2.5 to 1/2 officially. All right, after this final here on 37 and 38, I'm going to switch cameras just so you won't see me make a quick move to move another camera back to 35 and 36, and then we'll have the finals for you, and then we'll all go home or to our respective dwellings for the evening, get a few hours, and we'll be right back at it. All right, 243, 202 officially. All right, moving cameras. Back with you in a moment. Championship next.
against your 3 seed Bowlby and Roberts on 35 and 36.
Wish we could have. I think I needed to go to a green ball and do that. At least give that a try. I think just trying to circle and make my
Again, bowlers, you will have 2 balls of practice each on each lane. Bowlby and Roberts will have decision. Good luck and good bowling.
I think we just got a little unlucky. What are you bowling, A spot or B spot? So here's A spot. I mean, I think now's the time to talk about it. So, well, if you want to put me in, then how much you want to do? I don't know. What do you want me to do? It's up to you. How much can you go up? So, you getting all charged up? Yeah, should do that more often. I'll be here in the morning. I'm sure you'll come. We'll see.
8-10 one time and everyone thinks it's a joke. What? 8-10 one time and everyone thinks it's a joke.
All right, folks, championship match. The 3 seed. Kim Bowlby and Chad Roberts, 1495 they qualified with. That was their 6-game, or I guess, yeah, 6-game combined total, or 3-game combined total, I should say. 773 from Bowlby, 722 from Chad Roberts. Brian Halen and Zeke Bate. Halen with 714, Zeke Bate 747 to get to 1461 and the 8th and final spot here. Again, $3,000 to the winners, $2,000 for the runners-up. Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to Jason Utchwall, Justin, Doug, the entire crew and staff here. It's Friday, folks. It's about to be Saturday here on the in the Eastern Time Zone. And we've got a full weekend of bowling left. As the Bradley officially begins at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank everybody for rocking with me tonight. And today, for that matter, the entire day. Many of you have watched both the single shootout, Fairchild single shootout presented by the Bradley Open, sponsored by High Five Gear, and of course the Classic Doubles tonight. Thank you very much. Jason Utchwall thanks you very much as well. And right now, Kim Bowlby and Chad Roberts, man, they're working very well together as a team and have been throughout certainly these quarterfinals. But what can you say really about Zeke Bates and Brian Halen, except to say that every time it looks like Bate and Halen are out of a match, they somehow find a way to win. Zeke Bate has come up big, very clutch in the 10th frame. We saw it against the top seed in the quarterfinals. We just saw it in the semifinals against Buttroff and Simonelli. Will we see it again here in the finals? We shall find out. For those asking, yes, it is me. I am Emil. Per my mother Beverly and my father Emil Sr. Or so they say. I hope so, because I named my son Emil too, so God help us if that's not right. Speaking of who is right, though, well, I'll let him tell me when he's ready, because he's putting some envelopes together, so. Please welcome Jason Utchwall to the broadcast. A busy man, certainly, but he's found a little bit of time to hang out here in the booth, watch this final match, also put some cash in some envelopes for some winners, and et cetera, et cetera. Tournament director, my man, how you doing?
Oh, tired.
Oh,
tired,
yes.
tired, always running. A little earlier than last year. I don't think I made it with Craig for the doubles. So I've made an earlier cameo than normal.
Well, I appreciate that. What's not appreciative, by the way,
is a ripped 8.
That's multiple for Chad Roberts. that's several. He also left an 8-10. Not trying to shout my man out like that, but I don't want to put his business out in the street. Oh, wow. And then the ever so popular 7-9, but not the way you're used to seeing it left from Zeke Bate. Jason, we mentioned busy man. We had the Fairchild single shootout, obviously the doubles here, and then again in the morning, the Bradley officially begins. Let me ask you, Jason, I know what to expect on the lanes.
Mm-hmm.
What should I expect from you and your staff in that sense? I know you'll be everywhere still, but what's it like for you as the director and making sure, obviously things are hopefully running in the way they should be running?
Well, I mean, look, I think every tournament director leans on a good team, to be honest with you. You know, I can turn around and take the face credit because I've been part of either running or owning this tournament for 10 years. But if I didn't have someone like Justin Peach being the brains behind the operation and running the scoring and making sure the scores are right and the lane jumps and the variable lane skips, you know, it wouldn't run as smooth. If I didn't have my wife checking all the check-ins and making sure the squad times are right and everything else going on, and, you know, anyone from Doug Aston with brackets to Gary Spurgeon here helping me, it's all down to the team. So, you know, I can do all the niceties, to be honest. I can come out here and I can
that's a great non-word.
Get on the live stream and talk everything up. I can talk to the bowlers that I've got to know really well over the last several years. You know, I can meet a lot of new people and a lot of new faces that come out to the event. So it makes my job a lot easier. Not that it stays easy,
right?
You know, because, you know, my main purpose, I guess, is making sure that I see off any trouble before it gets here.
Sure.
So, you know, running into a potential issue like we had with the last match, we had someone tie, you know, and it could have ended up 1.5 to 1.5. And so the automatic question is, what do we do for game 4?
Correct.
So, you know, my call immediately is we're going to bowl a game 4. We're not going to do a 9th and 10th. It's not really fair to the team. You do another game, it extends it a little bit, but it's the best way to run it out. So, you know, it's fortunate that I got a good team backing me that allows me to make the important calls and go through and make sure that the event goes well, everyone has a good time, and we all enjoy ourselves ultimately.
We almost had a tie in another match, and I guesstimated, if you will, or maybe even speculated, that we may just go to the extra game. And I was just thinking it solely from like a college bowling perspective, because that's generally what happens in that scenario.
Yeah.
Especially in Baker. But then I went to look for the rules. I'm like, and I didn't see the rules in the double. So my next point was then to go to you. And then we had the same scenario pop up as you just mentioned. And then obviously you were right there to handle business. Roberts and Bowlby handling business here early, 247. Their chemistry has been pretty on point tonight. I feel like every time Kim Bowlby is in anything near the word Bradley, it's typically good news for him. Zeke Bates going to try some different equipment. Matthew, as Bluegrass mentioned, modified house pattern. Helps get the swing loose for tomorrow. See a few strikes. Hit the pocket a few times. You may or may not carry, but that's bowling. But that's probably more than what many will say for tomorrow after their qualifying squads. But Kim Bowlby.
Yeah, you were saying on there, sorry.
No, you're good.
You were saying on there, Emil, about Kim. Yeah, I mean, you can't have someone that's been more consistent, especially in the main event, for the last 2 years. I mean, Kim turned around and won, and then made it to the final last year. You know, so, I mean, I don't know. Are you averaging first, or are you basically averaging, 1.5 instead of the 1? You know, he's been super consistent in the event all the way through. So, and it's really versatile with Kim as well, to be honest with you, because this is the second year that we've hosted the Bradley here at Executive. Previously, we were at another location. And it's 2 different lane surfaces as well. One of them had SBL, so they had more friction that they were able to play, so the ball would wrinkle a little bit more. And here we're on Anvilane for the Brunswick surface, and, it always plays, to me, personally, a little bit slicker. So it just speaks to his consistency for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
It's impressive, period, because of the event, right?
Yeah.
But when you throw in the 2 different centers.
Yeah, it makes it even more, like you said, it makes it even more impressive, to turn around for the 2 surfaces, to the play, to who you're playing against, the caliber of the field. you know, I'm obviously a little bit biased because this is my event, you know, but
and you can be.
I would say it's in the top 3 amateur events in the nation with arguably one of the hardest fields.
Yeah.
And to add the condition on top of it, you know, a 190 game in the Bradley is a good game. You know, you go and bowl on something else and the shot's a little walled up. And like we're seeing tonight, you know, the scores are higher, it's a little bit more social. People are coming out and having a good time, and that's what we really created these 2 events for. It's good money, and it pays good money for the bowlers to participate. But, you know, ultimately they're here seeing the ball hook.
Right.
Whereas tomorrow they could arguably hit the ball with a roof shingle, and it may not hook that much.
There's been talks of that,
Yeah.
as you know. I'm very much looking for – I know that's not going to happen, but I know that Stu's got a sanding block from a different event, which he may or may not use.
There's a couple of people that told me that they are heading to Lowe's and Home Depot for sanding blocks.
I'm trying to remember the last time I bowled on anything remotely volumed or flooded, if you will, to where or I should even lengthy, right?
It's funny, really, you know, because it's probably one of the top 5 questions I get asked about this event every year. You know, do I release a pattern, or do I give it out, or can they take a look at it? The answer is consistently no, and it's not because I'm trying to be evasive from anybody. It's that I want to put out something that no one's practicing on, and you can always have a different look. There's a lot of these guys that go out and put out Badger and add volume, or you know, turn the dial up a little bit so it's a little bit thicker, or they find something that's comparable, or they think that they've got a Bradley pattern from 2015, you know, which is, you know, 7 years ago, and it's not the same. But we always tweak it every year as well. You know, if I had and that's, again, that goes back to Kim. You know, he's won and come second place on 2 different lane conditions, on 2 different surfaces in 2 different facilities. So it's not the same. It's not the same shot that they're bowling on every year. You know.
Someone asked Bluegrass 300, my man Kenny, did Kim get to bowl the event at Eastland?
No, he didn't.
Okay.
He didn't. And, you know, that's unique for me. You know, I started off being the tournament director for this event, or for the Bradley. You know, when I first got there, I was tournament director really by name. It was more so steering the ship. There was a lot of guys that had worked it for a long period of time, and they did a great job. I thought we needed to make some changes and modify the event. And so I had the unique perspective of seeing it on Eastland, on first generation Anne Boleyn, when you're putting that much oil on it and it's not even got any friction. And, you know, everyone's just beating their head against a brick wall because that's what it is. And to see it go, like I said, to different surfaces and try and get it, I think the best compliment I could have had is Daniel Farish, for anyone that does or doesn't know Daniel. I know you don't know Daniel really well. The best compliment I could have got is from someone like Daniel to turn around and say last year's event played really close to Eastland.
Wow.
You know, so to me, that's what I aim for. If I can do that with a modern surface and give a comparable look to what we had on synthetics that were put out 30 years ago, then, like I said, that's the best I could do with it. You know, and it's fun to see everyone come out. You know, we see some of the best bowlers on the planet come out and bowl the event, and we see some of the top-end amateurs and local bowlers and collegiate players, and to see that blend and everyone having a good mix and opportunity of winning and placing is always super interesting to me.
Topping the 10 out there was Chad Roberts. Big strike from Brian Halen in the 7th, with Bowleby and Roberts already leading in this match 1-0. Best 2 out of 3, Baker style. Right now, it's a 17-pin advantage for Bate and Halen trying to extend this match, that's kind of been their calling card. And, boy, unfortunately, that may have been the dagger, potentially. What's Bowleby got to say? Oh, well, he's going to give it right back. That's the team that tonight, Bate and Halen is the team that you don't want to give any second chances to, because they've taken advantage every single time. Go ahead and give us something to, let me make a highlight here, Zeke Bate. Give me something to highlight so we can post it all over the Bradley Open Facebook page. All right. One's good. I'll take it. In the booth with Jason Utchwall. Appreciate all of our guests today. Chris Barnes, Brian Valenta, and now the TD.
Like I said, I'm just happy to sit for a little bit and get some time to talk on here.
It's probably like you get a chance to sit and like you're not inputting any scores or you know.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
the rare chance that you get to eat.
The guys I've got in the back room make it a little bit easier, you know. But you know, you and I have talked about this a lot. I've got a newborn as well. Again, my wife takes up 99.9% of that work, you know, because uniquely being the GM of Executive Strike and Spare and then running a tournament like this as well. And then we host the Derby tournament as well, you know, so two completely different animals for events. You know, one's high-end scratch and the other one is a handicap event that everyone participates in. It just keeps you going nonstop. But, you know, still when I need to get up and make a bottle for the baby and help out and then get up in the morning or if it's a quick turnaround. So, like I said, the good team helps a ton because if it wasn't for them, it would probably be a little bit stressful.
And Zeke Bate again in the 10th frame. After the first shot in the 10th was good from Bowleby. Obviously, they could have struck out for 208, still can. If Bate doesn't strike there, Bowleby gets an opportunity to step up and win the Classic Doubles Shootout for he and Roberts. Instead, for the umpteenth time tonight, Zeke Bate has extended and or won a match or game. And now we're going to game 3. Man, he's so good. I don't think people give him enough credit.
I agree with you. I was going to say that myself. Yeah, I've got to know Zeke over the years. And underrated is a good word. You know, I think, like you said, a lot of people just don't give him as much credit as he should have.
I mean, honestly, I know this is on a modified house shot, but it's kind of developed and broken down into something that looks very sportish.
Yeah.
Because of, you know, all the wear, all the games bowled, all the balls going down the lane at this point. So, you know, they started to migrate left a few games ago.
Yeah.
At this point, and so now you're trying to find the right ball, you're trying to find the right angle, hand position, and I feel like these are now things that especially players, all four of these cats, have to work with on a daily basis, whether they're on tour or other high-level events. Now you're starting to kind of get into, to me, that's their wheelhouse where they got to figure it out.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think that's one of the first questions I got asked when I walked out of the office. They're like, what do you think the cut's going to be? I said, well, guys, you know, I could take double of what we had this morning. You know, I can take load of cash with 720, you know, 726, so you're at 1450. And then top 8 to cut was 750, so you could go 1,500. I said, but it's not going to play that way. You got 4 people per lane instead of 2. You got transition and people are pushing. You got all different players, and then you're skipping lanes. I said, you know, I'm not sure what the 20th place is going to be. I said, but I'd guess, swear. I swear I'm telling you the right number. I told guys, I said, I think it's going to be 1460.
Okay.
And then I walked out, and I talked to a guy, and he goes, couldn't get much closer than that. Cut was 1461. I said, good guess with numbers, my friend. You know, so.
And like, a little bit of experience.
A little bit. You know, but that's like you said, you know, when you get into this modified house or whatever, and you've got that much play, you know, you've got 8 guys or girls on the lanes when you're starting. So you're going to get movement of that oil all over the place. And then these guys have gone through qualifying afterwards and their top 8 match and best 2 out of 3 on Bakers. So it makes it interesting. You can have the easiest shot out there in the world and it becomes difficult and you have to be more accurate and know the line.
Yeah, at some point, entry angle is going to play a vital role. no matter what you're bowling on, but in some ways, especially a house.
Yeah, 100%.
A lot of love to Chad Roberts, and deservedly so as well. Good shot there for Brian Halen. Jax Taylor saying Chad Roberts throws the ball so good. I hope I did your comment justice the way you described it there, Jax. You're 100% correct. And Chad Roberts had a very interesting week at the U.S. Open, which started in the PTQ, but he was the first player out of the PTQ. He missed it by, he was 27th. They took 26.
Wow.
Well, because of some withdrawals, he got in, as did Daniel Ferris, who was 2 spots behind Chad.
Yep.
Daniel's, of course, bowling tomorrow as well. Chad went on to make match play at the U.S. Open. So he and Brian Halen. Brian Halen was not in the PTQ. I mentioned Halen a little bit before. Chad did finish 24th. In fact, he was the only amateur, speaking of Chad, to make match play at the U.S. Open.
That's pretty impressive. You know, that speaks to definitely take advantage of your opportunities.
Yeah, he and Spencer Robards were the only 2 amateurs to cash, with David Stouffer just outside of the number at 38th. They took or paid 36 spots at last week's U.S. Open. So to put some a little icing on the Jax Teller comment cake, yes indeed, Chad Roberts has been good for a long time. You want some high level stuff, you want to throw some professional stuff out there. If he's in the field, it's probably going to be pretty good.
Yeah, he's definitely a player here every year. You know, he's either, I think Chad's just been outside the top 8. You know, I think last year he was 10th. I'd have to double check, 9th or 10th. You know, but all these guys, you know, play the lanes and read it super well. You know, so placing in the big events and the majors, that's no surprise to me when I see that. You know.
Well, a rare missed spare from Kim Bowleby. Missed a 7-pin. And all night long we've been talking about the squad of Halen and Bate taking advantage. Can Zeke Bate do it here with a double? Of course he can, because he's been doing it all night. Shout out to Columbus. I see 8 a.m. start, right? Tomorrow? 8 a.m.?
8:30.
8:30.
Check in 7:30. Start at 8:30 for A squad. B squad, check in 11:30. Start at 12:30. And then the advancer squad, normally we're looking at anywhere between 6:30 and 7 o'clock, just depending on how the field moves.
My apologies. I've been saying 8 o'clock all day. I need to check my scheduled events.
Hey, look, that might help me. That might help me. Some, you know, we all know that some bowlers are a little bit procrastinators. They come in a little later. You know, doing me a favor, getting me an early call in for the guys.
Halen and Bate have found a 3-bagger. To step up in the 8th. Now 9 spare, the open in the 6th. Another 9 spare here for Roberts and Bowleby. And we're coming down to it for $3,000. Zeke Bate, 8th frame, push a little, bang.
High flush.
Made the move, didn't get his ball as right as he did on the previous shot, to not mess around with any stone 9s or 7 9s or 4 9s. Kept his angles a little straighter. Big shot coming up here for Halen. This is 260, of course, max at the moment. 247 for Bowleby and Roberts. Huge shot here for Brian Halen. Push a little. They push too much.
Yep.
All week long, or sorry, all weekend long, and there is on point, on cue, is Chad Roberts. John, yes, all weekend long, right here, Bowl Stream TV. Please subscribe on YouTube if you have not. You can also get to the YouTube channel through bowlstreamtv.com. All weekend long, baby.
I can't get much closer than this for a finish. 247 to a 239.
Kim Bowleby. Oh, hits that 6-pin to fall backwards. I've been where Brian Halen has been. We've all been there at some point. First and foremost, Zeke Bate needs to strike here, put a little additional pressure on Bowleby, make him think about it. Needs it. Has it. All right. Bowleby doesn't strike here. Bate will have a chance.
Yep.
If he strikes, they've got 3K. Oh, wow. Hey, Kim Bowleby has gotten a few breaks tonight. But when you're good, you get those breaks every now and then.
Oh, yeah.
That was fun. I thought you just thought Zeke and Brian were again going to somehow pull the rabbit, if you will. I don't see any magic happen. Bowleby has stopped it. I tell you what, I hope all 4 of these individuals have a very good event tomorrow and into Sunday, as good as they all 4 bowl.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree. I mean, that's a great final. Like you said, Zeke and their team just came back over and over and over. Just a touch short on the end. I mean, but like you said, I'd have full expectations of all 4 of these guys making the top 40 for Sunday morning. So,
Chad and Kim both had some close ones too, and they came through as well. All right, Jason Utchwald, he's gonna go hand out some hardware and some money, and take a photo. So congratulations to Chad Roberts and Kim Bowleby, the 2022 Classic Doubles Shootout Champions. Zeke aced all of those shots too, the last 2 in the 10th. If Kim doesn't strike there, doesn't carry, this one could be going to the 8th seed.
All right. Your runner-up for this year's 2022 Classic Doubles Shootout. Byron Halen and Zeke Bate.
Then you see the final score again, 247, 239. Let's take that down for a minute. They will pose for a quick photo.
I told you we would have beat our pair. We've been good.
With, of course, Jason Utchwald. We just heard from Jason. I don't know whoever said it. Who was it? So Brian Valenta said I should get a cot. This actually might have been the weekend to have a cot or an air mattress right here at Executive Strike and Spare. The good news is I don't have to go far.
Chad likes trophies.
All right, so far a solid last couple of weeks, and it's only just beginning here this weekend for the Bradley Open at Executive Strike and Spare. We will leave you with the champions. Champions on the right, you saw the runner-ups on the left. And a fun, silly, I kind of like that photo. Reminds me of the Elite Youth Tour. Shout out to Deandra Asbeatty and our great team there. I stream on behalf of the Elite Youth Tour and all the champions. Dee has them do like a funny faced photo. I was not expecting that, so that actually was kind of cool. All right, good people. Nicely done there. Again, Chad Roberts, Kim Bowlby, your champions here, the Classic Doubles Shootout. Zeke Bate and Brian Halen finish as your runner-ups tonight. And earlier today, Sean Rash defeated Jacob Buttroff in the Fairchild single shootout in the or earlier this afternoon. That'll do it for us tonight. We'll be back at it in the morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. I got to double check some things to make sure I've got the right times on the events, because I've been confusing people all day by saying 8 a.m. My apologies on that. But 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time, back with you here inside Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky, as the Bradley Open officially kicks off in the morning with A Squad qualifying. It's been my pleasure to be here with you. My name is Emil Williams Jr. For Jason Utchwall, Mason Peach, Doug, the entire Utchwall family, all the crew here at Executive Strike and Spare. I want to thank Chris Barnes for joining me earlier today during qualifying, Brian Valenta, and of course Jason, who you just heard as well. Again, my name is Emil Williams Jr. This has been a presentation of the Classic Doubles Shootout. You watched it live and you watched it right here on Bowl Stream TV. We'll see you in the morning, good people. Good night.